Everyone, well, welcome. Alrighty, welcome to the council meeting. I'll start us with a karakia today, in absence of our normal starting with the minister. E taminui te rā, whiti mai raka, whiti mai raro, kia pia te te, kia wana te te, kia rito te te, kia tau mai te Māori, humie, huie, taikie. Kia ora, welcome everyone. So we'll go to the agenda. We've got apologies. We've got Councillor Burt as an apology. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Parker, Councillor Scott, was that a, yep. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Getting straight into public forum, and with us today is Caitlin Hamilton. Welcome, Caitlin. Come on up. And Caitlin is just going to talk to us briefly about her experience in the Tuia program. So the Tuia program is something that the council's been involved with for some time now. Sort of fits under a connection originally, I think, to Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. Was its originality, but you might be able to speak to that. I think that was the case. But a really valuable program, and has been working with Councillor Pai this year. But I'll pass over to you, Caitlin, to talk us through your experience.
Awesome, thank you. Kia ora tātou. I'm Caitlin Hamilton and Caitlin Rose Hamilton. I was part of the Tuia kaupapa last year. And I'm just here to share a bit what that was about. So there was 5 wānanga throughout the year. Michelle is my mentor and continues to be my mentor, even though she doesn't have to. So thank you. So the 5 wānanga represents our hoodie. Some of our rangatahi of our rōpū designed these, and these stand for each wānanga that we went through. So across New Zealand, rangatahi between the ages of 18 to 25 got selected or come together from each district and is funded from their council. The first wānanga was Tuia I Runga. So Tuia stands for weaving, and so weaving above. That was our first wānanga. We stayed at Te Awamutu, learnt about the history, the kingitanga and everything, there. Heard some stories about the area, the momais that holds there. Tuia I Raro is weaving below, so we're in Rotorua for that one, connecting with the taiao, so people were out on the lake and other people were out in the ngahere and things like that, which was amazing. We learnt about paints, and there was different areas with clays, so if you're into that, you can see what colour clay you've got around your area, and then you'll figure it out like, oh, that's from this area. Anyways, gotta hurry. My favourite thing there was the skits though, because that was really creative, so much fun, loved it. And then going on to Tuia I Roto, weaving within. So that was down in Ōtākau. The weather was like everything that you could imagine. Really, really heavy things and joyful things, so it ended up being balanced. We created a safe space there, ate like 6 meals that day, like in a day. It was amazing. They feed us well. That was awesome. I love that. Tuia I Waho is weaving without, weaving out into our communities. So we went to Napier Hastings because they were hit by the Cyclone Gabrielle, and majority of the cleanup had been done, but we still seen there was no power, no water in some areas, and we put our hands where they needed help. And to see their community, how they came together, was quite admiring of how their people, the community came together in that, unfortunate time. Tuia Te Heretanga. So this is all on our hoodies. I was going to do that, but I'm not standing, so kei te pai. Tuia Te Here Tangata is our last wānanga, so that was our 5th wānanga, and that was in Wellington. We actually stayed over at Papawai? Yeah, Papawai over the hill, closer to Carterton, and Michelle attended this last one, as that was the wānanga to come together and celebrate our year, that what we've learned and gathered and weaved with each other. And so Michelle got to have a bit of a lot more of an insight of what we got up to, and my mum and my auntie, and that was really lovely for my people to be there, to see what I got up to, and meeting the great connections that I can call brothers and sisters now through over the whole of Aotearoa. This kaupapa is 98% voluntary, so everyone that comes back is the people, like how I've been last year, I'll go back this year and serve the new lot coming through. Yep, and what else did I want to say, sorry? Oh, so I had to give my time to our township, however, in what form I wanted to do that, and so I was a part of the Croft Presbyterian, and I still continue to go because it's just as rewarding it is for me going to hang out with them too. So I love that. I look forward to that. The highlights over the whole wānanga for me was the last dinners on the weekend that we spent together. It was like very formal. They did our dining room up and our tables and doing kapahaka and waiata for us coming in, and it made me feel special when that first happened. It was like, I feel like a royalty to be a Māori, you know? So yeah, I just want to say a big thank you to the council for giving me the opportunity, and to my friend Romy who put me onto this kaupapa. Yeah, that's me. Thank yous.
Awesome, that's great. Thank you so much. And what do you say to those out there? Because one of the things we've actually struggled, unfortunately, such a cool program, but we've struggled to get other young rangatahi involved. What would you say to some of those people? What does it offer, you know, those individuals that could be doing this? Because we have the capacity to do, you know, sort of support one or two in a year, and it's something we're really keen to be a part of.
I think for that, the people, they have to be wanting to do this. It's an honour to be a part of, and I just want that same group of people that are wanting and willing to do that to be honoured as well. But getting it out there, this is one step. There's probably many other things, but yeah, step by step.
Step by step, I like it. Thank you. Now, anyone got a question or comment for Caitlin around Tuia? Michelle, go for it.
I'll just say well done, Caitlin, because I knew how nervous you were coming here today, and you've done a stellar job, and I've enjoyed getting to know you over the last year and look forward to continuing that relationship. So well done.
Thank you, Michelle.
Awesome. Thanks, Caitlin. Really appreciate you coming and presenting, and thank you, Michelle, for being involved. It's really great to have that leadership within our council as well. So thank you, Caitlin. We'll keep the close relationships with council, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Alrighty, great to see a pair of red bands in the council chamber as well. Nah, it's fantastic. It's great. See you later. Okay, we'll go to urgent business now. Is there any urgent business? No. Matters of minor nature? No. Cool. Any conflicts of interest in regard to the reports? It's pretty much of a general nature, so I wasn't expecting any. Move now to reports. So there's lots in this. As I flicked a note round last night, we'll welcome the team up to crack us in, but these are still draft, and there will be opportunity for change into the future, and whether that be influenced by the public as far as our submissions and or council laws. I think we would have liked to have some of the drafts a little bit more further developed, but we'll just work through what we can with the time, and there'll be opportunities probably for some changes and iterations after this, but I guess probably the key thing is that we get today something that can go to audit to keep the process going. So we go now to 7.1, which is LTP policies draft approval for consultation, and that's on page 6. Welcome, Brendan and Vinci.
Kia ora katoa, councillors. Welcome to this series of reports around, this is the pointy edge of the stick for all of the workshops that we've had prior to now And this is the reality where we start to actually put the guidance that you've given us through all of these workshops into the hard documentation. I just want to start with the apology for the agenda, which actually had the AMPs attached. It shouldn't have done that. I apologize for that. They should have just been on the hub. I did not expect you to read every page of the asset management plans. But the rest of it actually had the end result of all of the conversations and the decisions made in 1 or 2 meetings, plus also the indications you gave us and guidance, what you wanted to see. And I apologize, we have not had the number of workshops that would have been ideal due to time constraints and limitations, and having to review the budget on multiple occasions meant that we didn't get the opportunity to workshop some of the bigger items like the infrastructure strategy in the depth that I would have preferred. But it's not too late for us to have some discussions around that. What we're actually putting forth for you today, Brendan's going to start with the policies, and then I'm going through a lot of the other documentation. With one of the policies, the Treasury Management Policy, we had been provided some feedback from elected members, and we are going to actually review that policy again, line by line, and align it to our revenue and finance policy, and we will bring you both of those policies back to adopt as a draft. So for the Treasury Management Policy for today, we will take any of your feedback, but we're not expecting you to adopt that draft today. We will be bringing it back to you within the next couple of weeks, the next opportunity that we have, window of opportunity, so that we can ensure that audit get that before the hot review. Audit New Zealand are in-house right now, commencing their audit of all of the supporting documentation, and they will also be auditing the consultation document, the 2 strategies, and draft financials and information to go into the long-term plan. The Office of the Auditor General also have a hot review that they do. That is actually scheduled for March, so we have to have the drafts formally adopted for them to actually do that. You still have opportunities to adapt, modify, or change these documents between now and the time that we adopt the final long-term plan. So I do want to provide the assurance that what you see today is not the last cut, okay? So on that note, I will get Brendan to talk you through the few policies and the rationale for some of the background with the review. And just reminding you that the Treasury Management will just take your comments for today, but you're not adopting that as the draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinci. Good afternoon, Council. As Vinci alluded to, the purpose of this report is to consider the couple of LTP-related policies and hopefully take on board your feedback and get you to a level of comfort where you're comfortable with Audit New Zealand reviewing it and it going out to the wider public and other stakeholders for review. As Vinci said, this is not the final cut. It is simply a part of the process because in order to consult on the document and get feedback, we have to have something to consult on. So in that respect, the question today perhaps is not so much are they perfect, are they where you want them to be, but are they perfect enough today with taking into account any amendments that you might wish to make for them to go forward in that process. Also, just before I get into the body of the report, as Vinci alluded to, the Treasury Management Policy, we're taking feedback only for that, so we're seeking draft approval for the rates policy and the significance and engagement policy. And I'll also note, just on recommendation number 5, my apologies, a mistake there. What we're requesting is that Council consider repealing the Activity Management Policy, but the other 3, the Enhancing Māori Contribution to Decision-Making Policy and the other 2 relating to rates, we would request that Council note the intention to repeal those under the other draft policies, but not looking to repeal those. I can go into more detail on that if you wish. So, given that Treasury management policy is being sought for feedback only, we'll start with that, and it may be necessary when we get to questions for Chief Financial Officer to pop up. But as was workshopped with Council recently, this policy is based heavily on the existing 2021 version. It's deemed to be broadly fit for purpose. Bancorp were involved in the review of the process, and they made one significant recommendation, which was for one of the very last tables to recommend that that number, that the limit for Council's cash deposits and investments with New Zealand registered banks be increased from 10 million to another number. They didn't specify, they just simply thought that Council should give itself more flexibility. Chief Financial Officer proposes that that number be updated to 20 million. Other than that, there are a number, as you can see hopefully in the track change documents, there are a number of other relatively minor edits that don't affect materiality to any great extent. With that, if it's okay with you, Your Worship, I'll pause and we can take comments and questions on that policy and then repeat the process for the others.
Yeah, perfect. Great. So we will just try and just work around individuals. If you've got a set of questions, we'll get through all those questions and so we're not bouncing. But would anyone like to lead in that regard? I know, Councillor Pye, you've had some conversations and fed that through and to the point that's made that we're not adopting for draft the Treasury policy, so there might be less conversation than there was potentially before, and noting your point around moving the 10 to 20 million, isn't it? Yeah. So any questions? Start with anyone? Yeah, Councillor Pye.
Comment on what
Yep.
my feedback was along the lines of everybody else's, but it was more just about aligning that policy with some of our other policies, specifically the financing and revenue policy, so that the language was the same and there was no ambiguity. And yeah, just a few tidy up things like that.
Yeah, thank you.
And there's definitely the opportunity to provide that clarity. Yeah, it's not necessarily so much of a material change, but as you say, ensuring that there is that consistent alignment.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'm clicking a pen, that's a bad habit. Councillor Booth.
Thanks, Mayor Nigel. First thing, I'd just like you to clarify for me what you class as operating activities income. What would that be? Well, is it? I assume it's it's actually probably should be in your draft policy because it used to be. I assume it is actually fees and charges income that is produced through services provided by council. I'll note that in 2018, in our long-term plan, it was stated that the interest income should not exceed by 2 times. Or should I say, interest expense should not overstep that amount by 2 times. So, in other words, what income we've got coming in, say for instance fees and charges, around about $18 million. You shouldn't. That means your interest expense should not be over $9 million. So I guess as we're heading past that, is that clause or those details included in here anyway?
Councillor, you mentioned the 2018 policy. That's not the current policy. So we go on to 2021. That may have been an internal measure that the council set for itself and not one of the benchmarks we must meet under legislation. So, but fees and charges definitely is what we're talking about when you're talking about the operational income. So I'm not clear exactly what your question is. Is your question that we should be putting that clause back into the draft policy?
Well, it's really a control on how much interest that you're allowed to expense.
So that is covered under number 8, financial covenants on borrowing. It's in the report here, 8.11 net.
Okay, so I guess
interest. Hang on. Yeah, so it's covered there.
So I guess that leads to the net annual interest expense not to exceed 20% now. It has been in the past 15%.
So it is 8.11, net annual interest expense will not exceed 30% of total annual rates income. Net annual interest expense will not exceed 20% of total revenue.
So that's been, I thought it was local government policy you weren't allowed to exceed 15%.
So my understanding is that the LGFA have updated that, they've made that change, and that's reflected in the policy. As Vinci said, if council chooses to have a different cap, a self-imposed cap, then that can be stated within the financial strategy, and indeed it could be reflected within here. For the purpose of this policy, for that section, it just aims to show the envelope within which council is legally allowed to operate.
So can you categorically find out about that? Because I believe it's in the Local Government Act that you're not allowed, council's not allowed to exceed 15%.
Sir, I can answer that. It's definitely not in the LGA. It is actually the local government financial funding authority standards. So those are actually set by the LGFA.
And it's 30% of total annual rates. Is that a new one as well? Has that been in there before?
It will be from the LGFA standards. So we've just used those as the benchmark.
Okay, if I go back to 5.2, on page 13, total revenue defined as cash earnings from rates, government grants and subsidies, fees and charges, interest, dividends and other transactions. Now that statement should not be in there, in my view, because it allows you to do all sorts of things in regards just to have a financial transaction, just to represent perhaps something that actually isn't real. So I guess in my view that probably shouldn't be there.
I can start off a comment on that. That section around definitions was added, and that was specifically the track changes you see, etc., were done by Bancorp. Fully take your point. We'll take guidance from elected members as to what you would like to see there within the realms of what is permissible. So if you have any thoughts or direction about what might need to change there, then we can obviously take that into consideration.
Yeah, well, it's quite clear in regards to my prudence document, what is income, and should be, could be called income for the purposes of what your total revenue is. So, yeah, just a few things.
So, Your Worship, through the Mayor, we would actually need a resolution from the council that that's exactly what the definition you want to specify.
Yes, thank you, Vinci. Look, so the issue you've got, Councillor Booth, is with the broad nature of and other financial transactions. Is that specifically what you're talking about?
Because in the past it's been used to create income, which actually hasn't been real. It's been, and it's not clearly represented the situation for the council in regards to achieving a balanced budget.
I think what you're referring to is actually included with the exclusions of non-government capital contributions, e.g. developer contributions, invested assets. I would have thought, Councillor Pye, if you could have you, and then I'll go to Mr Traynor.
I just thought the word cash at the very start eliminates anything other than cash,
Yeah.
if I'm reading it right.
Cash would be ideal.
It says that, so it says defined as cash earnings from, and then it's got the list.
Yeah, following. Yeah, still, yeah, it does. Yeah, cash covers.
It's also on that, going back to 8, you've got in there 280% of total revenue. I thought you were talking about 250%.
One of the things I brought up too, and I think we should make it easy for people when they're reading a document that they don't have to go look in other documents for information, and I had suggested that we put in there what our current cap is, even though that's the statutory amount, because otherwise you end up having to read multiple documents to find an answer.
Yeah, at the top it does, of 8, it refers to covenants as set by local government funding agency, but maybe we could put a paragraph to just yeah, and I think that would cover, wouldn't it?
That's easy to do through footnotes that we can actually say council has adopted X, Y, Z. Yeah.
And that, yeah, and so that's in the reference, yep. That's good. So you can,
I think that.
sorry, Mr. Trainer.
I think the 280 is there as a policy, because if we adopt our financials and say we're sitting at 246, and we get an adverse event, and we need to go up to 280, this covers you. If we put it in there at 250, you're going to have very little headroom.
I'm not suggesting we change that, because 280 is what the local government funding agency, I'm just suggested that we make an annotation or a note or a sentence that says currently we've chosen to adopt a different rate or something, because the risk is, and especially when you're new, you pick up this document and you go, oh, it's 280. You know, and if
Yeah,
actually it's only 250.
without understanding the LGA.
Without understanding everything
Yeah,
else.
element of it, yeah. Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Pye, actually. That whole introduction to the cap, unless you sit in this chamber, is awful. You wouldn't understand it. So I think that actually needs to be plain and simple English, and with the reference points. I know we sit around the table and we know, but I'd challenge anyone that doesn't sit around this table to understand any of that.
Yeah. No, look, I think this is all relevant, but it just needs a note. Yeah, agreed. Thank you.
Through the chair, we would not say that the policy is 250. We would make reference that the financial strategy that council has agreed to set a self-imposed limit, but legally it would still be 280. Yeah, just clarification to help. That's fine.
Yeah. All righty. Further questions, Councillor Booth? Did you have any more comments?
To this stage.
Brilliant, thank you. Anyone further? I'll just whip round, just show me your eyes, you're all okay? No, good. Councillor Oliver, you okay? Yep. Is it raining? Is it raining in Geraldine? Councillor Shannon, you're okay with Treasury? Councillor Pye, anything you'd like to add outside of, you've got lots of comments that feed through. Councillor Piddington? No, all pretty good. Okay, that's cool. Let's move on to the next policy. Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, councillors. Very useful feedback there. We'll go away and work on that policy and bring it back in a couple of weeks' time. I ask you to turn your attention to the rates policy, noting that this is a proposed consolidation of two existing policies. Again, the intention, potentially sounding like a broken record, is to try and make it simpler for people to understand and to have the information in one place. This has had some amendments. Hopefully you have the track changed version accessible. The main changes, levers available basically around the criteria for rates, remissions and postponements, and the criteria for the established amendment of targeted rates for community centres. There are, as you'll see through the policy, a long list of, or sections, a long number of sections of different approaches to targeted rates, subsidies, concessions, postponements, etc. And so I don't intend to get into the depth of those, but point 18 of the report breaks down a few changes that have been necessary either to comply with legislative changes or, in particular, where officers have noted that there might be a need to reflect something in the policy, or desire to reflect something in the policy to improve operational practice, for example, around deceased estates and non-recoverable debts. I'll pause at that point and happy to take any comments or questions.
Brilliant, thank you. One for me to kick off, in regard to remissions of rates for development land, which starts at 77, and I worked through and I think it covers, but you know, hypothetically, where we go to a larger subdivision, what I'm trying to feed into is a policy that enables. So if someone's out there wanting to develop a couple of hundred lots, or it might be 30 lots in a smaller township, but relative to the market, it might only feed in 10 a year, and, you know, the rating across the 30 as an example, if we're talking about Geraldine and it's 30 sections, how does that work in practice as far as if it's, does it need to be in different allotments for the rate remission to apply? So if you had 30 sections, and as far as a planning tool, how do you make that into the allotments? Just for my layman's thinking, how does that work? Mr. Cooper, do you know how that works? If someone's wanting to develop 30 sections, but they're going to feed to the market over a 3-year period, they're not wanting to pay that rate period, you know, the full rates on the 30 sections from year one. Do you know how that practically would work? As far as the allotment of it? Just.
No, I'm sorry, Your Worship, I don't have that.
No, that's all right.
I'll come back to you with that.
Yeah, no, it'd just be interesting to know. I'm just interested to know whether that sort of covers. And the other thing, it takes, you know, that risk of a financial downturn whereby sections, you know, large lots might sit for a larger time. If we talk about those little things that are enabling, having a policy that does work for developers, whether it be commercial, residential, land change, then I think we should just look at that and get it right. So it's pragmatic. Cool, thank you. Further questions? Right, go to Councillor Booth.
Potentially an answer that when the titles are issued, I believe that's when it kicks into gear.
At that point. Okay. And so that would be, based on that, that would be a request for title. If you requested the whole subdivision, then that's when it...
Legally
Yeah.
signed across as a section, someone will have to pay for it at that time that the council
Yeah.
charges would kick in, I would assume.
So my interpretation is the block of land, assumably with one title, they're paying rates on that. They can apply for their subdivision, and when the X number of titles are issued, they're still just paying as it's one block, not for each individual. And it applies for 3 years if it's granted. That's what the policy says under 79.
Yeah, that's your interpretation? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. That's cool. Further questions, rates? Councillor Shannon.
Just a minor one, probably more from my understanding, with regards to applications for remissions, be it for dwellings subject to a special rateable value or buildings undergoing earthquake strengthening.
Oh, Councillor Shannon, just
still too
repeat.
far away.
Sorry, what number?
44, 85, both of those. Applications being received during a rating year will apply from the commencement of the following rating year. I'm assuming there aren't many cases where this happens, so I just wonder why the inflexibility. Yes, number 44. Page 7 of 17. Applications for remission must be made to council prior to the commencement of a rating year. And it's the same for number 85.
The question is sort of around, should there be more flexibility, and is there within delegations flexibility? Because it feels like there's a long wait if you don't meet the time frame of, I think, May, whereby you miss out for that next year. So is there flexibility within the policy? So if there is someone, because it's normally hardship, or it might be, I know there's another clause that covers coastal erosion and those sorts of things, but is there enough flexibility in that for an officer to make a decision around remissions for hardship?
That would essentially be a decision that council would have to resolve. Essentially, at the beginning of the year, the rates are struck. So for somebody to come halfway through the year, there would have to be significant hardship for it to then be remitted. We can do refunds for the situations, but it's essentially the council's decision as to whether or not they would like to adopt a policy that would say that.
So it couldn't be a delegation, it would have to be a resolution.
As part of a delegation. So essentially, the council could decide to add to the delegations manual that it allows officers to the discretion to apply a remission, yeah.
I mean, that would certainly that would feel fairer to me, given that it obviously doesn't happen very frequently at all. It just seems a little inflexible to me.
There is that in there. There is a delegation section in this policy that could easily be updated to include that. So there's a subcommittee who has delegated authority over certain topics. I'm just trying to find the section. About 9, I think it was. Hang on. There is a subcommittee that have delegated authority, so you could just add it into there. It's made up of officers. Is that another policy? Somewhere in there? Yeah.
Council has delegated authority to the following officers to approve remissions, rates, penalties in accordance with this policy. And then there's a policy on refund, which is number 22.
Yeah, so accordance with policy, so the question is the policy strong enough? Do you want to be more flexible, I guess, for the rating officer to or do we want to be more hard-nosed? To the point, there's not a lot of issues there, and you're likely, if there's a real issue with they're probably not going to pay, I guess. So, yeah, Andrea.
I guess around the penalties and the remissions, essentially, that's what Section 21 talks about. But I think there is a delegation that lets the Mayor, in conjunction with the CE or the CFO, can at any point in time decide on a remission outside of this policy. Yeah. Or as part of this policy, it gives delegation for that to happen. So somebody could come to council and say, hey, X, Y, Z, this property is not in use, and it can be as a one-off decision.
I'm comfortable with that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the room, Councillor Scott.
I just have a question on point 39, page 6, on penalty remission. Do we have the capability to put a hold on a title or register an interest? Because that's a question, because that would be a lot more simpler than trying to, if it's severe hardship. Can we do that?
I don't believe we can put a hold on the title, but yes, we can certainly put a hold on their rates so that they're not charged the penalties.
When they sell their home, we must be able to get...
Yeah, you can.
So that's what I mean.
We can.
Register an
Under
interest.
legislation, yes, we can.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So if somebody can't pay their rates and there's a mortgage on the property,
Yes.
and we get down to that point in time, we can, in the first instance, approach the bank. So then the bank has to pay the rates for that individual.
Okay, because I can't find anything in there like that, so,
Putting a lien on the property
Yeah.
when they sell it,
yeah.
I think that's under the Building Act.
Yeah.
But it's part of normal process in selling your home that the rates are settled by the two different parties. So some will be apportioned to the new owner if it's mid-term, and the rest has to be paid by the vendor.
But I think the mortgage is the key tool for us because it's more likely to be forthcoming from yeah.
The issue is they don't have a mortgage.
Yeah. Saying that these issues that we are talking about are few and far between, aren't they? Yeah. Alrighty. Further questions on the rates? Councillor Pye.
I just had one on the, as I would, land protected for natural, historical or cultural conservation purposes. And
Sorry, what? Just go to the
so
number.
that starts at point 28, which is on page 34.
Thank you.
And I just can't find the word now, but I'm pretty sure it talked about when there is voluntary, there is a voluntary nature of protecting that land. Given that our proposed district plan enforces protection of some areas of land, is there an appetite to change and remove the word voluntary?
Very good question. Yeah. Okay.
I don't have an opinion on that. I was
No,
just
no, that's fine.
posing the question because I would be quite conflicted. But
Yeah, no,
just-
no, that's fine. No, it is a good question in regard to, yeah, let's just have a wee quick look.
Were you wanting me to speak to that, councillor Pye?
Oh, yeah, Mr Cooper, if you could. Yeah, do you want to jump in? Thanks.
I'm trying to find it here. What paragraph was it? 29.
There you go. You're looking
So I think the key word is voluntarily there, isn't it? So if it's not protected by way of the district plan, which is not voluntarily, it's protected by something like, i.e. when you have land put into a QE2 or something like that. So I think it's still got a place, hasn't it? That would be my way of reading it.
Yeah, but my point is there are going to be a lot of people that are going to be forced to protect certain areas, and should they not also be entitled to rates remission? Does it have to be voluntary? Because either way, you're protecting the area. What is the difference between doing it voluntary and being forced to do it under a district plan?
In terms of outcome, nothing, but in terms of before that, everything. So I think it's a matter for council to form a resolution and a view on, rather than me comment further on, I suppose.
So the question, yeah, really about keeping or removing that word isn't, I'd be comfortable, because your point is right, because there's a lot of people that might not be comfortable with SNAs that is exactly on their land, but they are protecting them and they're doing a really good job, but they're not necessarily doing it voluntarily, although, yeah.
Aren't they caught by 31?
Application should
So
be-
if they've got supported evidence that it is protected, then that's 31 this is not an and, there'll be a group that are voluntarily doing it, and then there'll be a group that have to do it, and they'll have evidence that they have to do it.
I think the key thing is that it's fair and that they're both captured, aren't they? Councillor Piddington, did you have a...
I guess you can take the word voluntary out because you've got the word may. There's no guarantee they'll be protected. And the flip side of that is if we let thousands of acres go unrated, that means we've got to find money from the other ratepayers. So, there's a balance to everything.
So thinking, is everyone comfortable with the removal of voluntarily?
I think you'd want to know the size and scale of the issue and some of the criteria around it before you removed it.
Yeah.
I think it would be fair to remove it, but to Councillor Piddington's point, we need to think about what the unintended consequences are here and how you're going to define cultural protection, because we have numerous different levels in our proposed district plan, and it's probably a bigger can of worms than just whipping out a word.
Yeah. Okay, and to the point, it is a draft policy, and so the public will get the opportunity, not necessarily those individuals concerned are going to read through our rates policy to the same detail that we might.
I suspect there will be some members of the community that will be seeking a change, but that's only my guess. There has been some reporting in the media over the last couple of years about it, not specific to this council, but in general.
Yeah. I mean, the likes of this policy will be something that gets a fair running over by the likes of feds, I would expect. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Good conversation. Everyone happy with that? More questions on rates policy? Otherwise, generally comfortable? Yeah, we'll go back to the team.
Thank you. So I'd like to turn your attention to the significance and engagement policy now, and noting that due to more substantial reformatting and rework, this policy hasn't got track changes, but instead yellow highlighting to indicate changes. Effectively, this policy is council's expression of what criteria it considers when assessing significance, and then the flow-on effect of that is how it will engage with the community. So as I've outlined in the report at 22, the main levers available to council are things such as the relationship with Arawhenua, the assets that are considered strategic, the criteria that are considered when assessing significance, principal circumstances under which engagement will or will not occur, and the internal process thereof. The main changes that we've looked to make to this policy, draft policy, is number one, looking to embed council's relationship with Arawhenua into this document. So instead of having this document and a standalone enhancing Māori contribution to decision-making policy, looking to bring the two together so that the relationship with Arawhenua and council's commitment thereof is front and centre. As per the workshop with council last week or the week before, they're all sort of rolling into each other, to be honest. We've looked to update the criteria for assessing significance, such as adding impact on the environment and consolidating thereof, and also looked to enhance the tools that we have available for officers so that you end up with reports that have an assessment of significance that are potentially more consistent, more robust, more defendable. One thing I'll note in saying that is that the Community Services Group is doing some work on the application of these tools, so they may look to change over time. They're in the appendices, they're internal tools. What's in the policy currently is what we currently have. And the final thing that I'll note, again as per the workshop from a week or two ago, is looking to provide council with a couple of options as to what a different internal or a more enhanced internal process might look like, and that's at section 2, part 4. Bear with me. Excuse me, sorry. So effectively, there are 2 options that have been drafted for that, he says as he tries to log into his computer. And effectively, council could choose to have one, both, or none. The first one, bear with me, sorry. Apologies. Here we go, brilliant. So the first one is that, this is 4.1.1.1 on page 8 of the policy, noting that at the Chief Executive's discretion may get the Corporate Planning, Strategy and Governance Group to undertake a separate assessment of significance when an issue or proposal triggers a number of flags. Some other councils do that. It's just considered an additional internal layer, and we can discuss whether that adds value to council, the elected members that is, and officers. And if you do like the look of that idea, then you can look at what those flags might be. The draft ones are in that clause. And the second one immediately below it, again complementary or could be standalone, is that each report has a legal, financial and significance check as part of the review and approval process, and we actually were discussing that this morning with Mayor Bowen and a number of councillors as part of a report writing forum. A number of other councils have that step as well. So what I'll do, I think I've spoken enough. I'll just pause at that point to see if there are any questions or comments, and thank you for bearing with me as I found the right part of the policy.
Brilliant, thank you. So your page 8's 4.111 and 4112. Have you got comments on those two? Councillor Piddington.
I guess first thing I smiled when I read it because we're in a $12 million financial hole this year without even doing any of that. So I think it is time we introduced something so we know exactly where our finances are earlier rather than be reported later. And yeah, the only thing I kind of thought was missing too was moving internal budgets with it at a level without...
Yeah,
this table knowing, because, you know, we go off on one thing and then something else gets done and we go, oh, where did that come from? They said, oh, we had some money left over from here to there, but that may not be our preference around the table. So it's missing that bit for me.
Yes. Oh, you go, Vince.
Through the chair, I think that should be handled through your delegations manual as opposed to, because there may be something handled internally that doesn't even generate a report, because what you're talking about is the reallocation of funding between projects that may or may not have triggered any kind of report to council. I think you should handle that through your delegations manual.
Yeah, agreed. And that was the paper we discussed last year. And so I've still only had one change notified in regard to budget changes, which was very small, which was from Mr. Cooper. But that would be the proper place to put it if we want to make that change. But we can take that offline with the Chief Executive and have a conversation, and whether that needs to come back up or not, but probably not in here. But I agree. And just the corporate team, we had a great little conversation about report writing, and one of the things that we discussed was that financial impact statement, which was discussed before. I think actually Councillor Piddington, you raised that. So that was discussed with a lot of the tier threes around what we're expecting to come through in the report writing and effects on numbers. So that got picked up there as well. Yeah. But any other further comments on those two elements?
Yeah, I just had a question, oh, sorry, I think I've lost all my pages. Page 8.23 around consultation. I just wondered if we had any consultation with Arawhenua on these updated draft documents. Okay, yes, okay, because point 36, page 10, you sort of suggest that you haven't and they may have a view.
I can speak to that. So we have sent these draft policies to Arawhenua. They're providing comment as part of the overall review process, and they've so far come back with some useful feedback. In particular, they feel that there are some gaps with the appendices in terms of how their interests may or may not be represented, and we'll work through that with them, because the purpose of that table is that it's usable, that it's examples and things like that. So yeah, absolutely. They have been approached for comment. They are providing feedback that will be factored into the overall review process. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Further questions? Look, I'm really supportive of those two clauses. I think it's a great step. There's some other things that, as we've discussed, need to be taken into play. Any further questions on this one? Yeah, Councillor Pye.
I just wondered about 4.1.4, which is on page 55 of the documents, or page 9 of the actual policy. What are we actually saying there? Because I'm going, what does it mean, and do we even do that?
4.1.4, did you say?
It says where decision-making has been delegated to a committee of council, the chief executive or a council officer, an appropriate assessment of significance will be carried out. Does not apply when implementing council policies, or when officers, sorry. But we quite often delegate within a council meeting. We don't do a significance assessment report in the middle of a council meeting.
And my question is, what
It means something totally different, and I just don't understand.
yeah, how does the word significance apply in that regard, in that sentence? Is it the same, or is it different?
I can make a start at addressing that. So it's council's decision whether or not that clause adds value. The intention, as I interpret behind that, is to make it clear that even when decisions are not being made by this table, and when it has been delegated, officers are still to have that assessment of significance front and centre, because the assessment of significance of a particular issue can change over time, and an officer or someone with that delegated authority should be cognizant to be evaluating that in a dynamic way and thinking, okay, that has, for example, changed, and I now need to go back for further clarification around delegations, etc. So it's to not give them a free pass, effectively.
No, that makes sense now. I was reading it as if it meant at the time we're making the delegation, but you mean at the time the decision has been made under the delegation. Yeah.
Yeah.
We wonder if we can make that clearer, but I'm not suggesting anything which is not helpful.
We can always look at rewording.
That's a good point. Well done. Any further ones on that one? No. Councillor Piddington.
On the same page, or just below it really, under 5.2, current and future impact on the community, it says people affected proposal in brackets monetary cost. I think monetary should have its own separate definition within that, because we're all around this table worried about money, yet it's only bracketed as a portion of the discussion, if that makes sense.
That is something that we can look at. The existing 2021 policy had a separate financial impact criteria that was mainly on council, which has been consolidated into 5.7, and therefore we consolidated the financial impact on the individual into that 5.2. If there's a desire by council, we can look to split that out, and that would give us 10 criteria as opposed to 9.
There's some subtle differences, that's all, when I was reading it. I got the one below it, but...
So this is the monetary cost on the individual, is it?
Is it the monetary cost on the individual you're talking about, or on the
Community.
council? Because that would make sense.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Is it the monetary cost on the individual or the council?
On the individual for 5.2. So
Okay.
that criteria.
So that's okay, that's all right. It's just the way
Yeah.
I read it the first time.
Okay, no problem, thank you.
Councillor Shannon.
Number 5.7, where impact on council's financial position. I just wondered where it says rates, fees and charges, if that should instead just say revenue, so it's all encompassing.
It can do, that's fine, and whatever it is there, we'll align it with, or we'll align the appendice with it. The intention ultimately through all of this is to assist officers to be able to assess significance, and then through that to have transparency to yourself as elected members and the community as well.
Sorry,
Yeah, so
Brad.
effectively that's more plain English what you've put there, that's what you're saying as well. Yeah, no, I get
And
that.
it just needs to be consistency of definition across the portfolio of policies. Councillor Piddington.
Sorry, going back to 5.2, if you put including monetary cost on the affected people,
It does say that, but in a right, because it goes at the top, it's number of people affected by the issue, and then to which they might be affected. It's just the wording. I think it is in there. But if you want to have a look at it, if it can be, yeah. No, but if there's an easy way to say it, I mean, that's the thing. It's got to be easily interpreted. So, yeah.
We can have a play around with the
Yeah.
wording.
But I also think 5.7 probably does need, it probably should be impact on council's financial positions in terms of cost to the council and revenue avenues. Because it could, we're more interested in the cost to us than where we're getting it covered from. Because does it you could read that as all about revenue.
Yeah. Further comments on this side? All good? Okay, that's good. Discussion? We've got any left? That's
Just
the last.
one small one.
Oh, yeah.
So just to clarify where we are at the state of play, so we've received feedback on Treasury management policy, we've looked at rates, we've looked at significance and engagement. The final one is just around the activity management, and this is... Sorry, I was trying to do two things, 10 pages and talk at the same time, and
It's
I'm afraid
page
I'm not very good at
83.
multitasking. So this is point 28 in the report. So just simply seeking Council's repeal of the activity management plan policy. The short version is that the policy was developed at a time in the early 2000s where activity management at the time was something quite different to what it is today, and therefore the policy as it currently stands, by looking to apply an infrastructure framework to broader activity management plans, which do not necessarily contain assets, is no longer fit for purpose, and Vince and Steph have a desire to look to develop an asset management policy to more accurately reflect what council does and bring that to council for consideration.
Perfect. Yeah, I would support that. In partly the reason is because these have to be living documents, and I think that can help reflect that, can't it? Yeah. Everyone comfortable with that direction of conversation? Cool. So that's last.
Thank you, councillors.
Alrighty, so we'll go back to where are we? Page 6. Come on, iPad. All right, just unfreeze, one moment. Alrighty, so the resolutions give draft approval of a rates policy and significant engagement policy. Approve the policies to be reviewed by Audit NZ. So obviously we're not doing the Treasury one as discussed. We'll have a later opportunity there. Approve the community to be afforded the opportunity to provide feedback on the draft policies as part of the LTP. Note, probably an important one, that it will be given the opportunity to consider feedback and make amendments as part of the LTP. And then number 5 is repeal the activity management plan policy, and note the intention to repeal the enhancing Māori contribution to decision-making policy, the rates and remission and post-movement policy, and rating district calls community centres policy. Happy with that? Did I get that right?
Exactly correct.
Yeah. Don't ask me again.
There's quite a lot of resolutions there.
I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Shannon, thank you. Any further discussion or debates? I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant, thank you. We are now to page 85, draft environmental scan and significant forecasting assumptions. Taking into account we saw this originally last year, and there's certainly been some things that have changed in that time. Pass back to the team, and that's probably my question is around the environmental scan. Obviously we addressed it last year. Some things have changed, and as far as what we put out there in the public realm, I guess is my question, just around relevance. Vincey, but I'll pass to you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Councillors, we have been regularly updating this document. So the first document that you saw a few months ago is not exactly the same as the one that has been attached to this report. And obviously we had updated our financial assumptions when we had the figures released from Burrell, et cetera, et cetera. What we have not done, there was a discussion in a workshop about the possibility of using a different assumption for things around staffing and remuneration. And you were advised by Audit New Zealand, if you had some justifiable evidence from credible sources, you could adopt a different rate of inflation for that specific thing. We have not included that in this set of assumptions because the work has not been done in the week since we've had that discussion with Audit New Zealand. It does not mean that you can't do that. You can. It's just that right now what we have based the budget on are these assumptions that you have in front of you. We obviously ruled out moving to CPI because of the scale of what is actually needed. You know, you are managing budgets that over the next 10 years, we're looking at in the billions. So the CPI measures may not be as applicable, which is why we use the local government cost index. So we've kept to the LGCI in light of that advice that we've had from Audit New Zealand, and I just welcome any questions or queries you may have now.
Brilliant, thank you. Obviously, it's been something, Kai talked about, and that's around accuracy of what we're presenting to the public. And I guess the probably key thing for me, although we're doing this through LTP, is that those assumptions are still a correct annual plan time. And so I think that's something we probably just should be cognizant of, that the assumptions are correct at that point as well. But any questions on that one? Councillor Booth?
I guess it's probably concerning for me that the budget.
Councillor Booth, can I ask you to speak into the microphone? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Certainly, is that better, Vincy? Doubly. Number 5, forecasting assumptions need to be realistic, evidence-based, consistent. It would appear that when we started out, there's been a considerable shift since when we started in regards to proposed income, expenses, etc. So, I guess my concern, which I've already conveyed several times, is that numbers that you're putting up are realistic and that we're not, we are actually taking a pessimistic view and not an optimistic view around what everything is going to be. And why do I keep saying this? And you may ask, but the last 2 long-term plans have all blown out exponentially, and due to the numbers being just not real. So I guess I'm just pointing that out, that these numbers need to be actually achievable, and we need to hold everyone to account to ensure that they are as close as possible to those numbers that are actually being put in. I note there's quite an increase in income coming up, and I can see that obviously the rates increase of 15% is going to cover quite a lot of that, but there's still a little bit of unknown stuff in there, and I guess I'm just hoping that they are conservative.
So, through you, Mr Mayor and Councillor Booth, I firmly believe the revenue is achievable. However, the costs that we have in the long-term plan will be a challenge, particularly the staff costs and the other costs. And that challenge we're up for, and we really have to go looking for savings and ensure that we've got our belts as tight as we can get them to achieve it.
Perfect, thank you. And so I have those yearly reviews and review probably quarterly as well. Councillor Piddington.
Just on page 111, staffing levels and accommodation. Just on that one, I'm concerned it reads as though we haven't got enough space, yet we put nothing in the budget to fix it. So if we actually do have an accommodation problem, we need to deal with it and budget it. Or on day 2, we'll get someone coming in saying, we need $500,000 to lease a building or to buy a building. I don't know. But I mean, if we have a problem, we need to be realistic and have it budgeted for what the answer is, not hoping people will work from home or, if we know it steps into it. All the earthquake-prone buildings aren't budgeted. We know they're coming. It just seems a bit mad, really.
Thank you, Councillor. Very good point. I believe there's work underway right now trying to do an assessment for that, and that's being handled both by the Property Department and Human Resources, or People and Capability. So right now we can't budget because we don't know what it is we're budgeting for, and also because of the uncertainty with the affordable water reforms, that could have been an avenue that helped free up space if water services were relocated. I think given the dynamic nature, and I take the point about budgets can become obsolete on day 2. My experience over the last few weeks, they're obsolete by the time I've hit print on the computer. So the staffing levels is a work in progress, and also the accommodation. But as you've seen, if you come around the building, we're reorganizing and squeezing more into our work spaces on a regular basis. So, but if we were fully staffed with all of the vacancies, we definitely would not have enough room at the current time, which is why we're actually looking at efficiencies. And hybrid models of working are a solution that a lot of other organizations have put into place, so we wouldn't rule out anything like that. But obviously, we need to have some base levels, and looking at possibly putting some people in some of the service centers could also be solutions. So we can't have a solution until we know the problem. We're just flagging that there's an assumption that we know our staffing will increase the more regulations we have to enforce.
Yeah, look, and I think the key thing is there's a couple of good issues that Councillor Pillington's raised, but we do have the option of whether, and earthquake buildings is definitely one. We know once there's an assessment that'll be coming through, but that may be an amendment to the LTP in your plan time. So to the point, we don't know the information until we know it. So let's get a head around that, and then we'll bring it into the budget at the right time. But Councillor Pillington.
I guess your response is reasonable. Why don't we have that as a description? We have not budgeted for this because it has. Because these go out and people think you're mad. You've just told us that and you've got no money. And it may be a timing issue, but we should highlight the timing issue.
We can easily add that in.
Perhaps we could increase the size of the pound. I mean, I know what you're saying, but it's going to become before 2034, you know, with what we've just heard there. But that's okay. I'm just highlighting we need to be clear when people read this that we realise there's a problem, but because of procedure, we can't budget for it yet.
Correct.
Yeah, and part of the solution will be looking at all our assets and what that we're doing and what are relevant as well. So we may need to quit some of those. Righty, further questions? Councillor Pye.
So on page 123, which is interest rates and return on investments, I just wondered if some of those assumptions needed updating based on what our CFO has told us recently. I think they're slightly different. We were talking about 5.5 or 6 or something. And also the bank deposit rates, I thought we had slightly different numbers in the assumptions that we heard recently. In particular, the consequence of assumption variation, and we talk about based on council's projected debt levels, interest costs would decrease by 3.5 million for each 1% in movement. So that equates to 350 million of debt, but that's just kind of at one point in time in this 10-year plan. And I just wondered if we wanted to qualify that statement, because next year that won't be 3.5 million because we're not quite at that debt, and but you know it moves throughout the plan. And I don't think we've made that clear enough.
So we can actually state that this is at a certain point in time, but may be subject to change due to market levels and et cetera, et cetera.
You know, there'll be one time in the plan where we hit 350 million, and that statement's true. Yeah. Right underneath that, council hedges interest rate exposures as per the liability management policy.
Actually, the Treasury policy.
Thank you. And yeah, that was my only questions on that page. Just on page 127, which is talking about landfills, I think. And I may have this wrong because you gave us a lot of reading over the weekend. Council has budgeted 1 million per annum to address closed landfill. I don't think that's in the infrastructure strategy.
And I apologise because that had been removed through all of the budgeting process. I did not update this, and I will do so.
That's okay. And then just in general, I just thought the whole thing needed a little bit of updating given changes of regulation that are very recent. I just think that
There's affordable waters, there's quite a few things
there's quite a few
politically.
times I put needs updating because of regulation, needs updating because of regulation on a number of pages.
Point taken, and we will review that before we release them. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Scott.
I was a little bit concerned since when we got presented this back in last year sometime, there's no reference to Venture Timaru's aspirations of 75,000 by 2050. And that concerns me because when you read the population growth on page 103, I think it is, it's quite a depressing read. And as a community, we're supposed to be striving for population growth, and I would like to see some kind of reference to that work that's being carried out on how we increase our population base, because that's going to have a significant impact on how we do things in this town.
I do recall that conversation at the time when we actually talked about the population projections, and we have to base ours on the projections that actually come out from Statistics New Zealand and those sources. Venture Timaru have been very clear, theirs are aspirational. They are aspirational targets, they're not actual projections based on the statistical evidence. In the last 27 years, the population of Timaru has grown by 5,000 people. The growth rate in Timaru, your growth is coming from economic growth and the changing of your demographics. It's not so much the people coming in here. So we have to base our assumptions on the evidence that we have. If we put in those aspirational targets, you have to change your budget model to actually show how you're going to put in the infrastructure for the extra 75,000 people or 35,000 people, I think it was.
And Vincy, that's exactly what the next three-year long-term plan will be doing. I can tell you that, because that team is working very hard on how do we drive that population growth. My point I'm trying to make is there's no reference at all in this document that, and I believe it does. I believe there needs to be a comment that says that Venture Timaru is currently working working towards this, because otherwise, well, what's the point? In 3 years' time, when we're sitting at this table, I can tell you right now, we will be planning for that population growth, because if they haven't done that work in 3 years, that was a waste of energy, wasn't it?
Councillor, the point of your assumptions is to underlie your financial planning. You have not put any finances towards an extra 35,000 people, because we don't have the evidence that that is happening. It's great that Venture Timaru are taking the initiative to work towards that. Once we actually start to see those trends, then we plan accordingly, but we can't put an assumption in on an aspiration of our CCO until we actually have some solid evidence that we can financially support that.
Can we not refer to it in the commentary, though? I'm not... I think that's what Councillor Scott, I get your point, we can't make an assumption, but we should at least acknowledge the work and the aspiration in the commentary, should we not?
I'm really happy if you want me to add in that there is work going on how we can actually increase the pace of growth. I can actually do that. I don't think you should quantify it, because then Audit New Zealand will come back and say, well, show us where you've put in your plan and your infrastructure strategy for these extra 35,000 people. That's the population of all of Ashburton District moving here, and we don't have that money to put in that infrastructure.
I think Councillor Scott's comment is valid, and it's similar to the one that Councillor Piddington made. On one hand, we're not going to have any population growth, but on the other hand, we're going, our CEO is undertaking some work, on an aspirational goal. It's kind of no different to going, our staff is going to increase, but we're not going to budget for it. So it would be good to include it in the commentary, so we haven't appeared to have just ignored it.
I think we haven't
We can
had
do
the-
that.
Yeah, and I think there's an opportunity, and we can brief the CCO on it, as being part of the LTP program, which will guide us for the next 3 years, because it's not this LTP, it's the next one. And so their submission to the LTP should be focused around that aspirational side of things. So I think there's a...
It's
way
not
for
just
it to come.
council that has to think differently on population growth. There's lots of other sectors within our community that need to change. Our manufacturing community, our rural community, everyone is responsible for population growth and increase, not just us putting more pipes in the ground.
No, but the point of your long-term plan, which this is the supporting documentation too, is to say how council is putting ratepayers' money towards that. So I take your point. I agree. It is a whole of district, and council has a role in helping to lead the conversations. But we have to be very careful for your financial plan that's audited, that we're very clear what we're basing the dollars we're putting towards it to.
A commentary would be good. And
Yep.
let's see what the auditors say.
Yeah,
Through you, Your Worship, is
Yeah, Mr.
there an opportunity to, because the LTP can be aspirational in places, it's just there are certain prescriptions or constraints on us where we put it in the LTP. So that we could, for example, the Mayor in his page could talk about council seeking to align or move towards increasing population growth as we experience that growth through work that VT is trying to complete. That sort of rhetoric can fit there quite nicely, and it's aspirational, it's at the front of the document, and audit will be quite happy with that. If it's in the assumptions, it then triggers certain requirements in terms of evidence. I think that's the two. But we can definitely put it in the LTP. It's just a matter of where it goes, I think.
Yeah, I think the point's well made. We'll pick up on it and get it in there in the right spot. Where the right spot is, I'm not sure. We've just got to be careful that we just don't, because some people look at population growth. You can interpret that a million different ways. It could be 25,000 sitting in rest homes, Well, no, it's, so it's how you, shape the conversation. What does 25,000 extra people look like? Hopefully it's a combination of, all demographics of family and workers and all those, but, and nothing wrong with investment in healthcare in a community, that's positive. But yeah, it's how we shape that. But I think it's how we have that alignment. This is probably off to the side topic today. We need to have a good conversation sooner than later with BT just around that further strategy for the district, if you like, but it's probably off to the side. So any further conversations on these assumptions? Any further comments, sorry? No?
Sorry, just a quick one
Yeah,
on page
Councillor Piddington.
128, consequences of assumption and variation. It says risk of losing grant subsidy due to non-delivery on capital projects and therefore increased borrowing required to fully fund and complete the project, resulting in higher cost for ratepayers. That's mainly Waka Kotahi, isn't it? I just think we should fatten out.
It would be normally, because the likes of a theatre is one-off, it's a moment in time, but Waka Kotahi would be the consistent.
I just think
Yeah.
we should tell the people what we're talking about. It's roading rather than,
Yeah.
don't want to scare them too much.
No, that's good comment. Anything further? No, cool. Okay, so Vince, have you got anything further to add? No, all good. Okay, so 7.2, recommendation is the council approves the draft environmental scan and significant forecasting assumption as supporting document. Draft long-term plan 24-34 for audit.
With the updated changes that you have all just indicated.
Yeah, and obviously just a lens across some of those things that you've talked to. That's great. Is everyone comfortable with that? Yeah, can I have a mover? Councillor Shannon? Yeah, Councillor Oliver? I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. So we now go to 7.3, which is level of service statements on page 129.
Thank you. Councillors, through the chair, Toni Morrison apologises for she was not able to be here today, but we workshopped these with you over the last 2 weeks. As far as I'm aware, all of the suggested changes, Toni has gone back and clarified with the various activity managers, and so these should reflect the majority of the changes that you have made. If they don't, there will be some rationale as to why that was not feasible or possible, and I hope the report has actually explained that. So I am open to any questions that you actually have of these post the discussion that we had in the workshop. And if you still have any lingering questions or queries about that.
Yeah, and I just draw you to point 12, which was at the workshop, councillors asked staff to consider the inclusion of the term enabling in the levels of service statements for regulatory activities, as it is a matter that relates more to the way in which council delivers its service rather than a specific level of service. It is proposed that this instead be included in the high-level activity statements in the environmental services chapter of the LTP. So are we happy with that as opposed to the loss statements, level of service statements? Yeah, just give us a nod. We'll put up your hand if you're not comfortable, but otherwise I think that sort of makes pretty good sense. It's obviously something that was discussed. Yeah, any further comments, questions then? No, it might be an easy one. Okay, the recommendation is that council receives this report and adopts the attached draft long-term plan 24 to 34 levels of service statements and performance measures to go to Audit New Zealand. Everyone comfortable with that? Councillor Parker, are you happy to move that for me? Perfect. Councillor Jackson, a seconder. Any further discussion? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Draft financial strategy, page 146.
Thank you. Councillors, this is the draft financial strategy that, as a result of the multiple budget workshops that we had and getting the clarification from you, we were able to actually reflect the discussion and some of the guidance that you provided for us to help quantify some of the limits in this strategy. So this strategy should reflect the final guidance that you gave us, and we have put in all of the legally mandated parts that are required under legislation into this strategy. It's quite a concise document compared to some of the other strategies you have for this long-term plan. So I hope it reflects and it's clear what the intent and purpose of the various, like the CapEx, the rate limit, and it makes it very clear for some of the definitions as to our investments for people who have particular interests in that, and of course also our disclosure statement. And Councillor Booth, I can assure you that we considered your comments from the last workshop, so we added some clearer definitions in there in accordance with that. And I'll leave it now to you to ask me any questions that you may have about this.
Brilliant, thank you. Look, my question, this has gone back some time, is how through this document, and originally I was wanting us to break down debt into the, what we would deem core versus community, if you like, for want of better definitions. I'm not saying that we necessarily have to come up for a figure as a percentage. It's potentially too late at this stage, but and I see on page, where are we? CapEx, yeah, Capital 156, as far as the graphs, does explain where the infrastructure investment goes, but is there an opportunity just to pull it out somewhat? And I don't know if we've got definitions around it, but core versus community, so it's a very clear graph on what goes where.
Certainly. So if you actually look at the graph on the bottom of the capital expenditure page.
156.
Oh, sorry?
Yeah, 156.
156.
Yeah, my point is it does, but no one looks at that. So, well, they do, but they don't. So,
Yep.
do you know what I mean? What I'm trying to get across is actually just showing people that the reality is the investment is being spent on the core, and we just show that in a more easily be articulated way. Look, I'm not going to die in a ditch over it, but...
So you could just have... We could have a graph in there of the 10 years CapEx of water, roading, da-da-da, and then the debt sits alongside that, and that could be quite simple.
Yes, it could be. And what we would do is kind of define the core as being the ones specified in the LGA. And then we have the ones that we do in addition above and beyond that, which the community might also see as core and important. That will have a whole potpourri of activities that are pretty critical for the livability of a community, but may not be protected under the LGA. So I can easily define that with another graph.
Yeah, I think that's all I'm asking is just another graph at this stage, and that might be another iteration of in 3 years' time that the council at the time chooses to actually define community debt versus other debt. But I think we're at a point in time where we can't do that now. Yeah. And it's Councillor Pittington.
Yeah, look, again, it's just how we describe things. You know, debt, the long-term debt level, it starts at 2.50%. We're not explaining the process to anyone. Again, if you're in this room, it'd be better saying, legislation requires councils to be under 2.8. Timaru was at 2.1 for a long period, but now we've moved to tell them on a story. I mean, if I read that first paragraph, I have no idea what that means. You know what I mean? We're just not telling the story very well. And on that theme, under rates increases, we look a bit crazy again. Average rate is 15 for 2024, 26, then a further 12. From then onwards, the rate will not exceed 5%. Yet 3 years ago, there was a 7% level. Why do we say that? Or why did we reduce it? Because in reality, it won't be 5%, it'll be 7%. Because every time we've set one of these, we've exploded. You know what I mean? We're just not telling the story very well.
I think legally we'll have to set a number, do we, as far as what that is, don't we? So, and it's there again, it's right until it's not.
Yeah, it is right.
Yeah. I'd take
I think through you, Councillor Pittington, it's actually it's a factor of having to use the cost growth per, what's the name of it? The 2.8%. We know that's not real. So therefore, equally, it's not real on the revenue side.
Yeah.
Because if you used a higher rate figure and you used those Burrell numbers, you'd be showing massive surpluses, which we know are incorrect. Okay. So I'm not quite sure the answer to that. And what it indicates is past year 3, it's a little bit ropey. Yeah. That's exactly what it says.
I guess we don't, in this document, we don't reflect what we did in 2021 much. Why would we bring a number in that makes us look? I don't understand.
Look, I fully agree with you, but it's, we know that potentially our costs could be higher than what we've got in this plan. But again, that depends on how inflation's controlled and also our employment market. So this has got assumptions put at those that round itself back to a rates number. And we know both are incorrect. But if we were to put what we thought the cost increase would be, I don't think we'd get it through audit.
Councillor Pai.
I have quite a few, sorry. And I think I should preface that with actually the amount of work and effort that's gone into here, and I feel bad because we only pick out the stuff we don't agree with. Take it for granted everything else we agree with. But so I just, similar vein to Stu, and we say in the second paragraph under debt, about we're putting this money towards capital projects, including community infrastructure, asset renewals, initiatives that advance key priorities. Why don't we just say water, roading? I feel like we need to speak to our audience and use plain language. Because that is a lot of what we say in the rest of the LTP document. It's all about water and roading, and so why don't we use that there? The next paragraph at the bottom of it, we say, by staying below a 250% limit over a 10-year period, we uphold council strong AA negative credit rating. My understanding is there's a whole lot more to those credit ratings than just staying under that, so I would suggest that we are more likely to uphold, because we cannot guarantee that. Just as a general comment, I was a bit surprised to see our debt to revenue limit drop back to the 220. I thought we had only ever discussed in this room 250 for the term of the plan. I don't, and given what we've just been saying about what the longer, the latter years are going to look like, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that dropping back, even though I'd like to see it do that.
What page is that, Councillor Pai?
Well, that's just in that debt to revenue
Oh,
limit.
is that in there?
We go 250 and then it drops back to 220.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And I just don't recall us having that discussion in this room. My understanding was it's just going to be 250 for the term of the plan.
I can answer that. Yes, you're right, that was the discussion, but when we actually ran the budget models with the final version that was agreed upon, we saw the opportunity that you could look to reduce your debt cap in alignment, with what some of the councillors had expressed about their concern about the higher rate. So we were showing that there was a plan and a way through your prudent financial management that you can look to reduce your debt cap within this 10-year period. You can keep it at the 250 for the whole 10 years, and in the next LTP, should the financial position change, you may reduce your debt cap then. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Makes sense, yeah.
But we're happy, we can keep it at the 250 for the whole 10 years. It just means that the black line's straight, but the blue bars stay the same. Just looks good for you.
I'm happy either way, it's just we hadn't discussed
Need
it
to hear
in this
that.
room.
I mean, it's just going to have to reflect, isn't it, that it is coming back in year 32 to 2020 to 2.2. Yeah, just needs to be accurate.
A few more.
Yeah. No, you go for it.
If you don't mind bearing with me. We talk about a rates hike. I thought that was quite emotive language, and I thought we should just stick to rate rises. And also at the bottom of that debt section, we talk about some other things that go beyond this, like Sea Bay, Timaru Library, but we don't anywhere mention earthquake-prone buildings. Sorry, at the very bottom of the debt section, I think it is, yep. We talk about the infrastructure strategy and we need to upgrade community facilities like CBA and the Timaru Library, but nowhere in that statement do we talk about earthquake-prone buildings.
Sorry.
Sorry.
And just on the Timaru Library, that's not forecast in our 10-year plan, so why would we mention it again if we're not doing anything with it?
It's beyond, though. It's reference to the infrastructure strategy, so it's the 30 years. So we'd still have to make reference.
So we're going past.
That's one of the tensions between the financial strategy and the infrastructure strategy. They have to match, but they have different timeframes. It's very frustrating from an officer level, I can assure you. The other thing is, in the library, you are going to be looking at a roof replacement, I believe.
Yeah, sorry, the other thing for the infrastructure, the strategy that does need to be identified, because I think we've got to be careful that we're not telling the story that in 2032, we're going to come to that 2.2, but there's not going to have to be further considerations because, Susie, as an example, said we're doing the cheaper bridges in the next 10 years, and I think the AMP's great as far as what it, spells out, and when we're doing it, a really wonderful document, actually, isn't it? But the big bridges are to follow, and so those probably need to be added in here as far as the further bridge investment post 34, and probably for the next 2 decades, since what do we have, 304 or something bridges? Yeah. But I was quite impressed to note that the amount of bridges that are being reinvested in is quite exciting stuff, isn't it? Right, further questions on financial? Yeah, sorry, Councillor Pye, will stay with you.
Sorry, I've got quite a few. In the next section on the balanced budget, some minor detail, but we talk about our city's future when I think we mean our district. We make this statement here, which I suspect you've put in for Councillor Booth's benefit. In determining true operating surpluses or deficits, I've put a note over it, but I think it says capital items like vested assets, and it goes on. Where do we actually do that? Is that just in the long-term plan, or are we proposing to do that? Because we don't do it in our annual report, we don't do it in the reports that come to council. We use that as a measure for our debt ratio, but I'm concerned that we're saying this is how we're reporting when we're not. And then my last comment on that section was I didn't really understand the graph. If it's showing a surplus, why don't we just say this is the surplus rather than costs and revenues and balancing the books? But
I can tell you we use balancing the books because a balanced budget is specified in legislation and we have to use that term. But we can easily talk about deficits and surpluses because that's what that graph shows both. Yep.
in the statement about determining true operating surpluses, that
I'm going to go back and investigate that.
sort of another couple on a couple of the other sections. In the depreciation section, I feel like we haven't actually said which approach we're going to use. We say these are the three options, but I didn't get a clear message on what one we were going to use.
Through you, Councillor Pye, I think it needs a complete rewrite. I think we should be talking about we need to get to 100% of our depreciation funded to make provision for our future investment or replacements and investments, and that's all it needs to say. Like the number two option isn't an option. What it is doing is just repeating the same, but saying you've got some, you know, you might be double dipping, but to me that's not helpful. So I just think this section needs a rewrite.
Sorry, so can you repeat that? I didn't quite get what you're saying. You're saying to rewrite this?
Yes.
Okay. We'll work with you so that you can. We do have to actually specify what the mechanisms are that council can use, but what you're wanting is for us to clarify which one we definitely will use. Correct?
But they're all the same. Except for number three, where you're saying we're not going to fund full depreciation, we're going to borrow our way continually. Well, we're not going to do that. The number 1 and 2 are basically, I can see, are the same.
No, because number 2 is about charging a higher rate and banking that money, whereas number 1 is about charging the rate for the immediate need. And number 2 is about rating more to save up the reserve for that.
I don't think you can do that.
That's why we kind of specify there it's problematic and probably not recommended now.
Well, we won't debate it here, but quite frankly, the depreciation needs to be funded at 100%, so you're actually making provisions for future replacements. That's all we need to say.
I'd also like to see somewhere there we note that we revalue assets, so people know it's not straight line depreciation, there's going to be a bump. I don't know how to word it, but we need to alert people to actually revaluing our assets. Our depreciation doesn't go down like that or like that, it's actually going to go.
I think there's implicit in saying we're going to 100% fund depreciation.
No, I don't think it alerts ratepayers to revaluations that actually increase the level of depreciation.
Yeah, it's straight line on the capital value, but the capital value gets changed. And so, yeah, 100%. Yeah, so, yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think the way around that is saying what we actually base our depreciation on. And we're basing it on asset valuations now as opposed to cost price like we used to. So I think a clarification statement saying depreciation will be based on asset valuations. You think that? Yep. And a timeline
I
of
think
them.
in the short term, you've got to have cost or asset valuation because we haven't revalued everything yet.
And in other words, should perhaps you not be just having a percentage increased every year on depreciation, just assuming there's going to be a catch-up or a balancing time?
Talked about that with the Nelson approach, but it was, and John from Audit mentioned that, didn't he? But it's that cost of revaluing every year. So unless you know, you can't factor it in. But the problem is still the same in the fact that we can't accurately forecast past until evaluation changes. Yeah.
And that leads us to option 2, because what you're actually talking about was then if you put in that inflated value of depreciation, you're effectively trying to rate in advance, but we don't want to take that option.
Yes, but at the moment we're running negative budgets continually due to that, not being ahead of it. So, you know, we're to the significant numbers. So a lot of that money we've been borrowing has actually been going to OPEX. So
What we'll be required to do is do an assessment each year of whether there's been a material change in our asset values. And if the assessment says there has been, it triggers one of two things, either applying additional depreciation or forcing a revaluation that year. So we just need to work that out. So both sort of come to what you're saying, Councillor Booth, so it does get to that result. What we've got to try and do is, I sort of get what you're saying is you don't want a sudden lift. You want to actually slowly grow up here.
like when you lease a commercial building, you know, you can just have a continual rating or increase, and then you get a valuation and it's within Kiwi, if you know what I mean.
Sorry, just a couple more. In investments, I'm not sure that our target for the TDHL dividend is $1 million per annum. That's probably reality, but my understanding is our letter of expectations expected something higher than that. So I just don't like the word "our target" in there, but I'm once again not helpful in that I haven't come up with an alternative.
I think the phrasing was, through you, Your Worship, I think the phrasing was continuous improvement or continually growing the dividend.
I think reality is it's $1 million per annum, but I think we'd always like to see more.
Sorry, the draft that's come through and it's just come through last night, forecast the dividend to be increased annually by 20% beginning next year. So we haven't obviously discussed that yet, but that's just come through. Yeah, but it's how it's reflected, you're right.
Oh, did you want to talk about that one?
I just wonder whether there's a line of the statement of intent, like we'd like TDL to increase their equity, because here it's like diminishing returns the way it sounds. 10 years' time, if we've just still got $1 million, we want our holding company to increase, almost explaining the dividends low so they can increase their equity, if that makes sense.
So if I am hearing you right, you want to change the words "our target," so it's not about our target, but our letter of expectation is that they show 20% accrual or increase over time? Is that what we're looking at, or?
I think actually you've got to be careful about being specific, and you just, it's an agreed through statement of intent or something along those lines. Yeah.
I'll just double check that we don't have to have something specific for TDHL and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry, the next one under property investments, that was just a rinse and repeat of last time, and we did nothing. My understanding is we're actually currently reviewing them at the moment, and if we are, I wonder if we should say that. And then I think my last one on the investments is our target return for cash investments is 1.1 to 1.5, but our assumptions are more like 6 or 7%. I wonder where I guess the strategy is a bit longer term than the assumptions, but they are miles apart.
And especially when we've got in there as income representing 3.5 million based on those numbers.
So the first one, property, that last one, the last sentence, we will be reviewing our property portfolio in the first 3 years. So that covers that first year of the 3 years, first 3 years of the, it probably should be first year, I think, of the LTP would be more specific. That would cover that.
Sorry, I just missed
Oh,
what
sorry,
you said
the
there.
first one you raised around the property, it states the last one, we will be reviewing our property portfolio in the first 3 years of the LTP. We just probably need to say first year. I think.
In year one.
Year one, yeah.
Just through you, it will be the 3 years because there is a lot of property to look at. So we're going to bring it through as we find it to council.
I look forward to it. I was just concerned we're making the same statement we made last time and have it on it. I think I have one more question, sorry, about civil defence somewhere, but I can't remember where that is. Oh, unplanned events, so on page 160. We talk about mitigations for civil defence emergencies. We say that we've budgeted 1 million and 5 million for roading emergency works. So does that align with our emergency management fund that we have in the budget, and what's currently in that reserve fund? And I just wasn't sure those.
No, I'm not sure if that lines up with the new budgets. Doesn't, we're getting a shake, so it's not there now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check out what the budget line items actually say and change those statements to reflect the new budget model.
Yeah. And then the second part, and 5 million for roading emergencies. Technically, that's not actually budgeted, is it? No, shake. CFO no, so that will take that. That's not correct. Yeah. So, yes, the facility's correct. Yeah. yeah, look, and it comes down to how you approach it, whether you budget it for or, yeah, when you've got debt, it's irrelevant, it needs to be funded and yeah, that's fine. But those statements need to be changed. Anything on the inflation?
So I will make all of the amendments recommended. I've made notes throughout the document, and that will be on the hub, hopefully by the end of today.
Yeah, Councillor Scott.
I
apologies.
just want to point out that Councillor Pye had all my questions.
I'll start with you
But,
first.
yes,
next.
just
Paused
start
at the
with me
start
next
to
time.
give everybody else a chance and everyone was silent.
Just kidding. Sorry, mine's page 5, just from the strategy 2 that we got sent out. I'm just questioning paragraph 2 where it says the lowest projected debt headroom occurs in 2028 at 5.7. My 100 spreadsheet says it should say 4.7. Just wondered if that's correct.
I'm sorry, where are you
Debt
talking?
continued on page,
Yes.
well, it's page 5 on mine because I'm looking at the one that got sent out. Thank you. Under the graph, the second paragraph. Just
Yep.
questioning that might be incorrect. You've got 5.7, but our spreadsheets say 4.7.
I can't even see what you say.
You're talking the 124 million?
I'm talking to where it starts with by 2034, there will be 127 million of available debt capacity, that paragraph.
Yep.
Down the third sentence, it says the lowest projected debt headroom occurs in 2028 at 5.7 million per the 250% ratio. In our spreadsheets, it's I've got the updated one, I thought. No, I checked that other one as well, it doesn't say that.
So councillors, I can tell you Friday afternoon's budget that was sent with the change in the Downlands funding, et cetera. So our net debt will now rise to 411 million. So I will actually change that because it goes down by 2 million, and I will update that figure about the 4.7 million per the 250 ratio. And I'll double check the one at the 280 as well. Okay?
Okay, and I just wanted to have a conversation around page 7. That's 2 pages down. Our community boards.
Oh, yes.
Now, I might have been asleep at the wheel, but I know we talked about a targeted rate, but in the pink spreadsheet that was given out last week, we still have costs 27, 30 and 34. We've still got expenses in there, which I'm supportive of, but here we say that we're just going to set them free. I'm not quite sure the spreadsheets, again, are talking to this piece of paper.
Can you specify, where are you talking in
We're saying
the?
here that we have developed, that our community boards, Geraldine, Temuka and Pleasant Point, have developed community strategic plans with actions and deliverables.
I'm
What
sorry,
page again,
what page are you
Just
on?
2 pages down from where I was.
Oh, right, yes.
These communities already have a targeted rate which will be increased to fund these strategic plans. Oh, Andrea, I think.
So in response to that question, the reason that we've left them at this point in time, the $200,000 that were essentially set aside in the long-term plan for that, the question is if you divide $200,000 over 3 years, it's an additional $66,500 required from those communities. Now, if you like Pleasant Point, for example, their community board rate would go up to about $50 extra a year, based on the numbers that are in the community board. So essentially that's a question that we need to raise with the individual community boards as to whether or not they're comfortable with that level of increase.
Because in this spreadsheet, we still have it in there.
It's actually
It's
in,
not a targeted rate.
no, in that spreadsheet, because that is where the budget is now. We haven't had the conversations with the community boards. We're going out next week to have that conversation with them. We have it in the draft consultation document as a potential that they will be considering that, because two things are under negotiation. The amount that they want, because we've budgeted for $200,000, because that was what was in their initial community plans, the strategic plans. That's currently loan funded according to this budget under infrastructure. We're proposing to take it out of that, so it's not a CapEx loan funding item, and it becomes just the targeted rate. Because as it stands now, the CapEx loan funding, it's just part of the general rates. So the community board will have this ability to specify what level they'll be comfortable with for a targeted rate. And we're also saying to them that they will actually have the ability to help manage those funds as to what projects it goes to, as long as it meets criteria or what they've put in their strategic plans.
I am attending one next week, so I look forward to hearing how that conversation goes.
Yeah. Well, the principle behind that was because initially the thought was, when we were looking at the budget reviews, to remove the line item for the strategic plans altogether. Knowing the community boards have only adopted those strategic plans in August of this year, we want to give them some opportunity, but it really does come down to, if you want to actually put some of those plans in place, it is more appropriate that it's community funded for their aspirations rather than the whole of district funded and not loan funded. And it really will be up to them. We can help facilitate it, and we would hold we're the mechanism by which we can gather the funds and hold the funds in for them, and they can accrue over time for what they want.
There's a little bit of an imbalance and inequity there, because if you look at what we're currently funding in the main street versus now our community boards, go fund it yourself, I think that is quite unfair. And so it needs a wider conversation, and I'm just putting my rural hat on.
St Andrews. No, I agree.
Ambertown.
No, 100% agree with you, because the argument, the argument is around inequity, and that's a discussion to have. So I think traditionally, if you look to, and Gavin will be able to speak to this, Councillor Oliver, but what has been funded, I think, go back to what's been funded out of those sort of things, and are they core council services, which in my mind should be funded by general rate, versus some projects that sit within those strategic plans, which are community specific, which might be outside of a core service. So you can, so I 100% agree with you. I don't think it's fair that they be made to pay for everything out of a targeted rate on a small community when the same doesn't apply to Timaru. Yeah, so it's a good, very valid point.
It is a very valid point, and we will be very clear when we're talking with the community boards. We're not actually talking about basic levels of service for roadings and parks and things like that. This will be for something unique to their community that they want to put in action in their visionary plans.
So it did initially, Councillor Scott, align with the City Hub strategy. So when the money was given for that, that's where the 200,000K came from. We were feeling a bit left out. So we got that $200,000, and we've spent, and I can probably speak for all of us that we've spent it pretty wisely, I'd imagine. Some good things going on, and it is outside the scope of what would be actually doing. So beautification projects, stuff like that. Playground upgrades that wouldn't be in that don't fit those budgets.
But still contribute to the enhancement of the entire district.
Yeah. Thanks, Scotty.
Alrighty, sorry, Councillor Scott, did you have anything further? No? Perfect, awesome. Councillor Booth.
General question, when are the actual, these budget costs actually updated with actuals?
Sorry, did you speak?
when are the budgeted numbers actually updated with actuals? Is this done after the annual report? Or and then those numbers extrapolated through and reflected in the rest of the budget going forward?
Yeah, we don't have actuals until the next financial, so that's the challenge.
Essentially what the first year of the LTP, so 2025 is based on the forecast as at last month. That was the last time the forecast was there, so the figures they're extrapolated from there. So if the forecast changes, then there is potential for movement in the LTP depending on what happens, yes.
Actuals are then put in, and that would alter pretty much everything in the future as they are updated, the budgets are updated with actual numbers.
It may or may not, depends on what the actual was used for, because it could be a one-off. So the stuff that is continuous, yes, that updates, but the stuff that is a one-off, we get an expense for something that is rather random, and we know that, then that won't flow through.
We had our annual report last year that we had a deficit of 16 million, but really it was about 22 million in regards to cash. Was that number actually put into the long-term plan once it was audited, and then because that would instantly change all the numbers into the future as well?
The annual report, those actuals are in the model.
Just going to say along that train of thought is probably what I'd be more concerned about is, are we starting with the right debt figure? And have we projected that out, and are we confident where we'll land at the end of this year debt-wise is what we've got as our starting point in the long-term plan?
So effectively the starting point at the end of the 22-23 financial report, that is the starting point. Obviously, in 23-24, the forecast has now updated that. However, if we don't get all the capital done, then the debt level will be less.
Brilliant, thank you. So further discussion, otherwise we'll go to the recommendation, which is on page 146, and that is to adopt the draft financial strategy. We'll add subject to changes as discussed as the supporting document for that long-term plan 2024 to 34 for audit and public consultation. Happy to move that from the chair. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Pye, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we go now to 7.5, which is draft infrastructure strategy. What I'm proposing is that we'll kick that off, then we'll have a 5-minute break, and then we'll finish the balance. So we'll do draft infrastructure strategy, which is on page 162. Sorry, apologies. Go for it, Lindsay, thanks.
Okay. So here we are presenting the 30-year plan based on the first 10 years, what's actually in the activity management plans and asset management plans and draft LTP budget. The activity managers also provide us with the projections for the 20 years post the long-term plan. There is a heavier infrastructure CapEx budget post year 10 of this LTP. So in our infrastructure strategy, we have quite a significant CapEx project, and we have a $650 million CapEx budget for this 10 years. And the variance between the two is actually reflective of the bow wave of issues coming, particularly around those bridges that had been specified in the roading asset management plan. by law, we do actually have to provide all of this. In our CapEx plan, we have a roadmap, and I have put all of the CapEx work programs and specified projects along the timeline as to when they are going to be happening. The ones that are actually in green, we haven't technically budgeted for those because our budget is really only for 10 years, but it's to give you an indication of the value that they've actually put into those particular work programs. So you can actually see for some of them, they have escalations in anticipation of the work that needs to be done. The significant part of this infrastructure strategy is to show that the bulk of our money really does go to our core infrastructure, which is the three waters and the roading. That is where over 50% of your rates funding really goes into those two core services that we provide to the community. So we do have some of the community facility projects identified. Now keep in mind your infrastructure strategy does not have a lot of the community facilities as such as chapters within it because legally they're not actually required to be, but we're undergoing a lot of the conditional assessments of our community infrastructure, so future infrastructure strategies can contain those so you can actually see the long-term plans for those particular assets. They've never been included in your infrastructure strategy up to now. That will include the Parks Department because that's not included as part of your infrastructure strategy, and it will include, like I said, those community facilities going forth. So it's a very comprehensive document. There are a lot of the, some of the content is actually legally required to be in there. I've summarized some of the information from the asset management plans, which I apologize for them being attached to the report. But the key information from some of those plans is actually in this document, including the major projects coming up. Those are the major projects that have significant investment aside from some of the business as usual. We also have the financial forecasts. It's really, those numbers are the same numbers that are in your budget worksheets in the funding impact statements, just presented in a different table so it fit on an A4 portrait page. And we also have the graphs to show you whether or not the expenditure is attributed to growth, to levels of service, or to renewals. And it's very clear in this infrastructure strategy, the bulk of your spending is on renewals, which reflects the conditional assessments of a lot of your core infrastructure reaching near the end of its life, which is why the bulk of your investment has to go into replacing and renewing those assets. This is actually matched up with the financial strategy, so any changes that you have indicated in the financial strategy, we will do the cross-reference and check to make sure that we update any information that may be in this strategy as well, so to make sure they're both telling the same story. It is what audit also checks. You'll see that we have some infographics that helps to identify some of our core infrastructure as opposed to our community infrastructure. We have linked the strategic priorities that you had determined through some of the workshops throughout this. We address climate change in here. Again, trying to talk about the balance, looking at a very high-level options analysis of what you can actually do for particular work programs, because we must actually present. We have defer to the preferred option as being what you had decided in the budget modeling process. I've highlighted at a very, very high level some of the implications from the New Zealand infrastructure strategy that was released in 2022. A lot of the recommendations for council are just recommendations. They have not been legislatively mandated, but it gives you some insight that if some of those are, it means higher compliance costs for us, which will require some modification and possibly LTP amendments or variations in future annual plans. There's no clear indication from the government at the moment that they're looking to ratify any of those recommendations to make them compulsory. We've just put them in there as a reference point to actually show where the infrastructure strategy was heading with the Infrastructure Commission. Each chapter actually has the basic overview of what assets are contained within that particular activity, giving you a summary of the conditional assessments that have been done, showing you some of the maps as to where that infrastructure is, and also highlighting the key issues for each one of those activities. Some of those issues are ubiquitous across the board, particularly when we're talking about climate change and some of the aging infrastructure and the affordability of the services. And some are unique to the activity itself. We talk a bit about the demand management and how that is trying to be managed for each one of these activities identified in this. Other than that, I can just open this up for questions, comments, and I'm sure that you will have a lot of queries or edits that you want to make. This is just a draft document. Please feel free to give any of your advice or input.
Councillor Whittington, thanks.
On page 6, which is the infrastructure roadmap, just had a few questions. I see someone's built a contingency into the Theatre Royal and it's got to cost 67 million.
There was discussion at one point about the cost going up, so we're actually reducing that back down to the 57 million because from my understanding with talks with South Base, they've helped to actually clarify that increased cost is not what they're looking at. So we will actually change that down.
And if we're looking to the 30-year plan in green, we've got the Temuka Library rebuild in, but not the Timaru Library.
I am not sure if there was a whole rebuild for the Timaru Library. I hadn't seen that I thought there was some modifications, but I hadn't seen a plan for a whole rebuild of a Timaru Library.
There's actually been a discussion for an infrastructure strategy or any of that outside of a hypothetical, which was back in 2018 when we originally discussed Theatre Museum and do you glam it and bring all of them, art gallery, library all together. So it's never been discussed, so it's not something that's necessarily on the radar. So the question is, does the library have a 30-year life or not? I'm not the one to answer that.
I guess my memory of the discussion through you, Nige, was Andrew said it had a limited life and the roof would get us through X amount of years, but then it would be needed. Andrew? Again, I just don't want stuff missed out that we're going to...
Yeah, I think, and this is probably partly those community assets not being in the infrastructure strategy, so that's something that needs to be worked in, isn't it? So anything past 10 years is not likely to be there, but Andrew, Mr Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Wish. Just to clarify, yeah, the roof that was resurfaced or redone had a 7-year life on it, and that's where it is. So something will have to be done in the near future, yeah, certainly, probably in the next 10 years. But it's not necessarily a full rebuild. It could be a re-roof.
Okay, it's different from the discussion I remember around the build, but that's okay. The new dog pound, only a little one, I thought we'd brought it forward for $500,000. It's sitting out at $1 million, past the 10-year mark.
That was discussed at the workshop, yep, and that is, who's Andrea?
Yeah, I think these are just,
It's reflected in the financials, but not necessarily that document.
yeah, I think there's some alignment to,
But yeah, all
Yeah.
I'm trying to do is get them
yeah, 100%.
lined up because it just looks a wee bit crazy. I know we've touched on it, but that earthquake repairs does worry me that it's nowhere. And I was intrigued, I think we touched on it. What is 9.4 million for a Caroline Bay pump station?
It's that, the stormwater investment, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's tied to, with that outlet, sea level rise, those sorts of things to be able to pump it out, I think.
And I guess just a general conversation, a year ago we had the gold-plated water standard when we were fighting Three Waters, and all of a sudden we're in for tens of millions in replacements, so I'm struggling with that a bit.
There's a similar question. There's some offline work that I think needs to be done, workshopped based on what this council presented to DIA, what was in our previous LTP and what's in infrastructure strategy next, and do they align, and the question why if they don't, and what is reality, because I think, yeah.
Yeah, look, I just think we need to I agree with you, Nigel, we need to actually have a workshop and find out what's changed in a year when we cheered ourselves on and said, leave us alone, we're good.
Yeah, no.
And now it's reflective that we're not quite so good.
I can tell you that most of the figures in the green area for around the water renewals, the upgrades, et cetera, that came from their spreadsheet and workbook that they had been working to, which I think was the basis of the DIA information that they had sent. But with the budget review, I know that they had gone through and pruned some stuff out, and I think they pruned it out of the 10-year program and deferred it into the 20-year program, which may be reflected in these green figures. But as far as the assessment is to whether or not it's still needed at that level, I couldn't answer that for you. That would have to actually come from the water managers.
Yeah, no, it's something, but there again, I guess the 10 years past, if we do our job correctly and we set the council up for the future, then past 2034, depreciation as an example should be at a higher level whereby some of that capital program is being funded through depreciation versus loan funding. So that's the challenge, is how you get there over the 10-year period, isn't it? So actually future investments can be self-funded versus continuously loan funded. But our point I 100% agree with. We just need to do some further work, and we'll schedule that at a point in time. We'll take that one offline. We might just write that down just as a separate action, actually. Rachel, could you record that? Thank you. Right, sorry, I've got myself sidetracked. Who wants to go? Councillor Scott.
Right, sorry, I am going to make you page turn a little bit, so bear with. First comment on page 8, under new funding models, last paragraph, I think it should say philanthropists, not philanthropies. Just slight change in wording there. Page 9, setting the scene. I was a little bit confused at what town I lived in for a wee bit in that first paragraph. I wondered whether, I've never heard us described as a South Central Canterbury region, and I wondered whether that should more say Central South Island, but just playing on words there. I was also just wondered if the figures just need to be reviewed. I'm not quite sure that they are accurate around our population base and people that live in our largest town, Timaru, at the moment. So just check those. I was also a bit concerned to see that there's no mention at all of Pleasant Point in that first paragraph. There are also a number of small villages. That's quite funny. Did no one else think that was funny? Oh, sorry, I did. So maybe we just need to add in Pleasant Point there. That would be good to see them mentioned in our first paragraph around setting the scene. Don't worry, I'm doing your job over here, by the way. Right.
Being all my questions now.
Anyway,
On that page, Stacey.
hang on.
Councillor Scott.
What?
All of a sudden, our economy has got nothing to do with agriculture, which I'm surprised you missed that one.
I was too busy sorting out Pleasant Point. Sorry. No. Good point, though. Yeah, so just, I think that needs a rewrite, actually. I think it needs to be thought about, actually reflect our community. So maybe just a rethink from that team around that. Shivers now, I've gone too far. Sorry, I printed it off because it's easier. Life cycle of significant assets, which is on page 14. Just in the first paragraph, I wondered whether there was a slight typo again around that paragraph. The priority placed on proactively renewing infrastructure over the next 3 decades makes it apparent that council was driven something by a commitment to managing assets. I'm not quite sure what that word should have been.
Stacey, your hand's stopping the voice.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was sort of talking to Vince. I don't know what that word is, but I don't think it's supposed to read that. Do you reckon it's that? That's a bit odd. Okay. Next paragraph down, I just wondered whether we say around that, which we've just covered today, that parks and recreational activity, we talk about commencing developing the plan for this over the next 3 years. I would have thought that sort of needed to happen now. But that may be similar to what you said. We'll pick it up as we go, but I would have thought there's some urgency with that rather than in the next 3 years. Question? No one knows? Okay. Then just moving to Timaru's community infrastructure. Yeah, this cool diagram. Just around Aorangi Stadium, you've got 28 million, but I think we've only got 23.5 in our budget, so that might need to be updated. Love to keep it at 28, but let's keep it honest in this room. Moving to page 23. Under water supply, it says in that the last paragraph, last sentence, the development, this is just me with my rural hat on again, the development of a new water source and investment in additional storage and or further treatment upgrades may be required in the long run to become more resilient to climate change. I think that's really important for our community, so I'd like to challenge our water team on actually starting to look at what that would look like. We know that water storage is important to our community. We have excellent water sources, so yeah, I just put a bit of a challenge out there that let's not wait until it's too late. And no, that was a statement. Sorry, I'm doing an Alan Booth. Or a Stu Piddington, one of the two. Just under 3 waters, page 31, Vincey. I just wondered in that overview and top priorities projects, we might just want to order those because they jump around a little bit on the year. So, for example, the Caroline Bay Pump Station isn't, and then underneath that is the Geraldine Siphon. That should actually go above. Sorry, just being pedantic, but just wondered if we order that in the years. Because like right at the bottom, we have the Red Ruth Pump Station, well that should go up a bit further. Sorry, just got a little bit anal when I was reading this. And then I think I've only got one more. Bear with me, team. Oh yeah, and just under key issues, what section is that? Under. wastewater. Sorry, yeah. I think it's a little bit of our bugbear, but this sentence sort of highlights it. It just says, council's consent compliance is also challenged by industries complying with trade waste agreements. A majority of businesses often discharge excessive amounts of trade waste into the industrial sewer main, jeopardising council's ocean outfall consent. We've had this conversation before. We need to start to penalise these people, otherwise our consent will be jeopardised. So I know it's in there, but we need to probably start being a little bit tougher on that. And just under our land transport, major projects for land transport, in this graph here we have city town paving replacement, and we have it over 2024 to 2026, and I just wondered if it is a 2-year project. Is it?
It's a 2-year, yeah, we've done most of it, but there's still a little bit to do in the next financial year. Yeah.
Just following on from Councillor Scott, that same paragraph did my head in really, where a minority of businesses often discharge. You'd be thinking, you're in charge, why are they doing that? And to put our hand up and say, well, we've been a bit don't care-ish. I mean, if it's a minority of businesses and they're discharging, why is there no enforcement from us or ECAN? Okay, cool, even better. So why does it happen?
That's right, Mr Dixon, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I can speak to that through your worship. Yeah, so basically we have a trade waste bylaw. It's not a lot of penalty or teeth in that. So the only option we've really got is to basically stop them from discharging. Now, that has major implications on employment and everything else. You're talking about some very large industries, and not only do they their own employment, but they also support many other industries around, including out of district. So it's a decision we have to make very carefully, but we
why don't we, but I mean, you're saying it's threatening our consent, yet we're happy to have it because they're kind of big business. Why don't we have reasonable penalties to encourage them not to do it and enforce it?
Our trade waste agreement doesn't have any penalties in it, and that's something that we will look at reviewing. Rather than using a bylaw, we'll actually have a trade waste contract with these businesses, which will have financial penalties in it. That's what a lot of other councils do.
And again, Andrew, I'm not picking on you, but if other councils are doing it, why aren't we? I mean, it just seems to me you've highlighted a problem that we can actually fix, or we should be we're moving towards whatever we're doing. But it's it just frustrates me, this sort of stuff.
Yeah, some businesses are great to deal with, and if you take, an example, there would be Heineken, who have actually installed a full treatment facility on site. They didn't even need to. They were complying with their trade waste discharge, but that has freed up, I guess, additional trade waste capacity for others. But yeah, there's only a few that we're having challenges with.
We name and shame them.
No, the point is, I remember when we went on the roadshow with this new council, and there was some issues back then, and I think the point is they can't go on forever. There needs to be a point in time, whatever the tools you use, whether it's change in policy or what have you, but there's got to be some repercussions, because we're well aware that these offenders promise the world and don't deliver, and if it is putting risk on the overall consent for those other businesses, that's not ideal. So let's maybe have a report back on what some action is around that, even within a workshop environment. But I think it would be nice to know.
Yeah, we're working with two businesses that are non-compliant at the moment, and we are at the point of issuing notice of basically discharge closure.
Okay. Thank you. Where are you? Councillor Oliver, thanks.
Just a quick question, Andrew. The Geraldine Siphon trunk main upgrade, I thought that was starting in January, and we're still waiting for it. The Geraldine trunk main siphon.
Yeah, the contract's been let and work will be starting within the next few weeks.
Awesome. One other question. I can't go away from here without talking about Shingle Roads. No seal extensions for 10 years? No seal extensions for 10 years?
That's what was decided because of the budgetary constraints, yes.
$3 million over 10 years of a $650 million capital projects, and we're not going to do them for $3 million. It seems a bit miserable and it seems a bit short-sighted, if you ask me, because if we were doing this work, more of that work, we'd have less than a $7 million maintenance bill on our shingle roads.
Yeah, so obviously it affects rural communities. That might be something that could be taken up by the Geraldine Community Board as a submission, as an example. Just there's some other ways.
I'm absolutely sure it will be yours. One of the quick questions about the shingle roads. Some of the shingle roads up around Kākahu are now dealing with large numbers of trucks leaving the Kākahu Lineworks and using the shingle roads as a shortcut through to State Highway 79. And they're probably receiving the same level of service of all other shingle roads, which isn't really adequate considering the people on Hall Road are seeing up to 30 trucks a day, carting 50 tonne. It's just a shame that we took away Class 1 and Class 2 roads, wasn't it, really? Because that actually solved all those problems. But, you know, it is a real issue for those people up there. And it's going to be ongoing. So I'm not saying you need to seal it, but there needs to be, we shouldn't put all shingle roads into a box and say, that's the level of service we get. Doesn't matter where you are, if there's 2 houses up the end of the road, that's the level of service we get. If you've got 50 trucks going past, that's the same level of service. We need to think a little bit outside the square when it comes to trucks on some of those shingle roads. Then my phone might stop ringing.
We do maintain a consistent level of service. It's embedded in our maintenance contract. But that level of service is, I guess, often unacceptable to the community who live on that road. But I do sympathise with the trucks, and it is an issue. We face that all over the district, not just on unsealed roads, but on sealed roads as well, that were never built for these vehicles. But you're right, the fact that they took away that Class 2 road, and in fact increased everything to at least a 50 tonne, it does make it challenging for us to maintain these roads. We can't restrict them apart from the HPMBs, which are Route Pacific. We cannot stop these vehicles taking these roads.
Right, we'll keep on track. Councillor Booth. You're right?
I was just going to comment. I mean, these people that start, like the forestry people start harvesting now, they should be contributing to the road maintenance if their trucks are wrecking the road, and even the line works or whoever it is. I mean, but it's a good example. If we were to seal those roads, we'd make a rod for our own back. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Look, we have talked about this, but it doesn't look like we've got a forestry differential coming through. I don't think that. Well, I think, yeah. Is it going to be? Maybe it's an annual plan change, because we're looking to do the rating review in the first year, aren't we? So that's the opportunity. Yeah, because other councils have moved that. Yeah, that's right. We'll move that discussion once we've done the rating review. Okay, further on this?
I've got quite a few wording kind of things that don't change the context of the document that I might just take up with you offline, if that's all right.
Really happy for you to send those through to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I get them from the hub to you though is the issue, but I'll see. I do have a couple of questions and points though on my understanding. So page 8, under the new funding models, We are also working on ways to capture the land value increases from council zoning decisions and these for infrastructure development. What does that mean? Like a pot of money to me, and I'm wondering where it is.
No, I think that was in reference for potential development areas, looking at possibility of introducing things like development contributions and that type of thing to help fund some of those. So a new funding model would really be a DC policy.
You're going to have to bear with me as I try and
Oh,
flick
please.
through my notes and not ask you every one that I've got here. On page 17, at the bottom of the first paragraph, we say vertical infrastructure such as community facilities buildings still lack a legal driver for depreciation funding. What does that mean?
You're not legally required to fund depreciation on buildings at all.
Do we or don't we? No.
Not current, but new asset will be the ones, yeah.
Is that because we don't think we'll replace them or something?
No, it's a good question. It'll be around valuation, I would say. Yeah.
Bigger question, would we depreciate community halls if there wouldn't be an intention to replace some of them?
I think I think community halls would be quite different to a vertical building like this, because community halls are generally relatively old and they sit there for decades, untouched.
Page 25, we've got a whole page on coastal erosion and inundation and don't mention the Rangitata or Milford Huts at all, which I believe we've got some infrastructure in those areas. Maybe not the Milford Huts, but we definitely have a water supply in the Rangitata Huts, don't we? Not a major one, but I think we'd be remiss not to mention those two communities at all in this document.
Yep.
I won't comment on what I think the plan should be, but we need to raise that as an issue there.
Well, Michelle finds the next one. On page 65 and 66, I know there's risks to council, but for footpaths we put risks include poor design, inferior materials, poor work quality, and poor reinstatement by third parties. So are we going to accept a design that's poor? Are we going to allow them to do that? I mean, to me that shouldn't be a risk. We should be managing that, yet we highlight it quite dramatically as though actually we let people design things badly. Just doesn't quite make sense to me. I would have thought that's something we just manage as day to day. So who's designing the poor footpath? You know, I thought it would have fallen with us. And same on the next one. Poorly designed and roads and footpaths. And on the bottom of page 66, where it says the lack of appropriate infrastructure for mobility alternatives, can we have a description of what they are? Because if I'm reading this, I've got outside this room no idea what a mobility alternative is. We're talking footpaths, cycleways.
Yeah, we're talking basically active transport, which is we are talking footpaths, cycleways, but we're also talking about drop crossings at intersections for wheelchairs and mobility scooters. It's those allowing that accessibility for the other than car, effectively. Yeah. And just in response to the reinstatement one, it's actually probably not poor design is not the right words there. It's actually poor reinstatement work that goes on. And this is through utilities generally, and they have a legal right of access to our road. We do not have any enforcement powers whatsoever. There is a national code of practice that they are meant to follow, but there's no teeth with that. So that is one of the issues. We work through an education process and it has improved, but there's still some incidences of, contractors.
But I guess that's a really good explanation, Andrew, but it's not in the document. So, I mean, it almost reflects that we're doing it badly on ourselves, and the way I read it.
I've got a number of edits to the document that, need to be picked up.
And same with mobility alternatives, I guess Waka Kotahi aren't going to fund cycleways and other things. So that statement needs to be made too, because we're almost setting ourselves up for another, I don't know, it says, hey, we want to do this, but the reality is we haven't got money. We need to make that clear, because otherwise we raise expectations.
I've found my 4 pages, just to make it 4 quick points. On page 47, key issues, we make no mention of our smaller towns like Winchester and Paraora still being on septic tanks, and I cannot see how in 30 years' time, which is the life of this plan, there will not be a signal from either government or ECAN or someone that needs to be added to our wastewater. So I'm not sure if you want to add that in there.
Totally agree with you, Councillor Pye, and it's one of the edits that I've noted in there. But we have a lot of townships that are urbanised, but on septic tank, you're right, it won't.
Thank you. Page 64. Which one is finding? Sorry. Here, I wondered in the top paragraph we talk about key issues for land transport, if we should actually mention, which we've talked about before, that the NZTA funding does not reflect the economic activity created in our... Talk about how that's creating issues, but the nub of the issue is the funding doesn't reflect that economic activity, and I think we should put that in there as a statement.
Correct.
Yeah, yep. Page 68. We talk about road improvements and road to zero. Because we've had a change of government, that some of the rhetoric is they don't support the road to zero, will we still do all of this stuff if that road to zero program is removed, or will it affect funding, or how will that? I know it's a wee bit of we don't know what we don't know, but...
I think the answer to that is you're looking back 30 years, these programs have come and gone. They have different names, but the intention is we are still one of the worst countries in the world when it comes to road fatalities and serious injuries. So, I think something will need to be done. It will fluctuate with government priorities. They have affordability issues just like we do. So.
That's great. And my last one is on page 73, and my favourite topic of waste. And we talk about demand management and we talk about climate change, but we don't actually talk about what happened in Auckland and Gisborne and Hawke's Bay and the huge amount of waste that resulted from those flood events, from buildings getting demolished and people ripping out everything within a house because it has to be. So we don't talk about that anywhere in relation to climate change, and I'm not sure what the quantum of that might be in relation to everything else and whether that's an issue or not, but I wondered if we should have a think about that.
Yeah, certainly point noted, and it is an issue. I have discussed that yesterday, actually. I had that conversation. Yeah.
My last question on that, where do we get to on page 68? We've got cycleways implementation, which kind of infers we're going to do more and we're going to spend $500,000 a year annually on that. Is that still the case?
Yes, it's in your budget. It was reduced, though. It was reduced by half.
Everyone happy? There's obviously lots of changes, but that's cool. Still draft. We'll go now back to resolution 162.
And it's just that you would adopt it with revisions made.
Yeah, perfect. So can I have a mover? Councillor Jackson. Councillor Booth, have a seconder. Any further discussion, debate? Put the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, we'll just have a 5-minute break. If anyone wants a drink or facilities, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Back into it.
So I'm
Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. We'll move now to draft LTP budget, which is 7.6. Thank you. Wee bit of hush. Draft LTP 2024 to 34 budget. That is on page 986. I haven't missed one. No, I haven't. Okay, let's crack into this.
Okay, thank you, councillors, and I'll invite Andrea Rankin to come join me at the table. This is basically the latest model, the last model, based on what we agreed on with a slight modification that had been made a wee bit around waste and also with the change in the Downlands funding. So it is as accurate as it can be until it changes again. So the only thing constant is change. Do not think this will be the last one you see.
Would you like to add anything, or would you, I mean, we've been through a lot of this. Do you want to?
Yeah, so like Vincie said, there has been a couple of minor changes, but not significant enough to change anything on the bottom line. So this was the model that was presented last Monday. So essentially, it's just brought to council for, and what do? Approve the draft so that it can go through to audit for the consultation document.
Perfect. So based on that, we'll just take a few questions. I'll go one per person. If you want an extra question, you can trade. No. Yeah, none. Okay. No, that's all looking encouraging. Any?
Couldn't see that. This is where before when I challenged you on that 5.7, because the one that's in our report is the same one that we got on Monday, whatever day. So where is the change? They're exactly the same, because I actually did do a double check. You're talking about a change, I can't see the change, so do you know where? No one can do them. Oh, so it's not me then, it's you. Can I get a printout of that?
Essentially, the total capital expenditure over the 10 years dropped by 4.99 million due to the original Downlands figure that we had in our capital spreadsheet was at 100%, but only 82% of that is the council's share. So we had to adjust our capital accordingly.
Oh. Just have that updated spreadsheet because I've got a whole folder here and I'm quite enjoying it.
To be fair, councillors, you guys would have actually had this agenda before we got that revised model on Friday. So I apologise. That's where
It's fine.
We'll table the new one.
Yeah, we understand where the changes are. Does anyone want to see that specifically outside of hearing the changes? Yeah, no, 100%. We'll get a copy. Yeah.
Document draft, the consultation document draft, the first one is the new one because that was done, added onto that after Friday, but we'll make sure you get that in a readable copy.
Too small?
It will be.
No, that's all. Has anyone got specific questions? Because if we don't, we'll just move forward on this. So we'll go to the recommendations, 986. So I'll work through them. 1, approve the draft LTP group of activities. 2, approves the draft budget as presented. Here again, draft. 3, approves the draft LTP funding impact statements. So if there's no further questions, I'm happy to move that. Councillor Jackson, happy to second that. No, all pretty good. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Fees and charges, 1,002. I'll just ask for an introduction as well, if there's any specific changes. I know some been removed and some additions.
Oh.
Yep.
Could I just make a comment?
Yes.
Under the removed schedule, there are parking, in relationship to the parking, they weren't moved over from the columns. So essentially, the parking fees associated with the library, that will now be free. There's council signs going up shortly for that. Barnard Street is essentially closed to public use. That's the one that the council have taken over for additional staff car parking. The Land and Services, Cairns Terrace, Bay Hill, Sophia Street car park are all staying. Parking fees for cones, they will be getting increased. So that's, if you went through the individual schedule, there's nothing showing in 2024-25 for those particular items where there should be. Do we have any questions around any of the fees and charges?
Yeah, I just had a general question around, the insurance, how we pull the insurance out and charge for community facilities. It's just a question, is that the right way to do it rather than incorporating it all in one? Or does it make sense to charge the insurance separately? It just seems an odd way to achieve the result. I don't know. It's neither here nor there, but yeah. Well, so Beth, the question was around, with some of the facility hires, we've pulled insurance out. See on one, I don't have it in front of me, but there's a higher charge, insurance of $16 as an example, but it's separate too. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's all right. No, thanks. Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, so it was just the rationale around the insurance charge over and above. My question is, why don't we just incorporate it?
We can do that. We do have a lot of events that pay over the 16, depending on the length of the time in the building. So this insurance is actually public liability, that somebody that's booking a hall has an option to uplift unless they have their own cover. But we can actually include that into the overall fee, and that way it comes off as a line item if you want. We already pay for our liability insurance through our overall insurance cover, so this is actually helping to offset that cost that we have to pay for.
How does that work in practice? I book online, I book the
Yes.
higher fee.
Yes.
I've got my own insurance charge. We
And
just
then-
take that at face value,
Yes.
but then I
You
don't.
can ignore it, and then you have to uplift your insurance information.
Oh, right. So you have to put it in at that
Yes, you
point.
do. We have to have proof that they
Of
already
insurance.
have their own insurance. Otherwise, we
Goes-
ask them to
defaults
uplift our
back.
insurance for
Okay.
public liability. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's all right. It's neither here nor there. I know it's easier with a facility hire just to pay
Yes.
a number, but
Yep. Would you like us to add that into the overall fees or leave separate then?
gosh, big decision.
Big decision.
I would yeah.
Small organisations that would have their own insurance, though, would there?
Some do, yes, some do, yeah. If they're used to having, we do get quite a lot of people that will so sports groups, etc., will come forward with their own public liability insurance. So these are a lot of our other one-offs that are not organised through groups and individuals.
The reality is I'd rather be dealing with our insurer than
Yes.
someone else's
Yeah.
insurer.
Yeah.
So perhaps we include it.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
we can do that.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, that wasn't the be-all and end all. It's the level of the questions at the end of the day. Any further around the fees and charges? Councillor Pye, and then I'll pop over here.
I just have a couple. So first of all, at point 3, we say that everything bar a couple of community kind of things are going up 15%, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I just picked out 2 that I came across, like camping and social housing, definitely have not gone up 15%. Then the fishing huts, their increases on their lease. Transfer is 20%, the actual increase on the lease is only 2% and 1.4%. And their, in relation to the Rangitata one, permanent residents are supposed to be 70% greater than the normal ones, and they're only 46% higher, so I don't think we've got those ones quite struck right, at the risk of getting struck down by the hut holders out there. But I just don't, well, I mean, if we're going to put things up 15% for everyone, we do or we don't. And finally, my favourite topic, waste. We've been burning money on that waste contract, and how confident are we that we've got the fees right there? Because I think we've only shifted them kind of 12 or 15%, and that doesn't feel like it's enough to cover the actual cost of that activity.
Thank you. I've actually done a lot of work with our finance team on this one. We're very confident that we have got it right this time round. There is one change that we would like to make, which is playing around with the model a little bit, and that is to increase the differential between a small bin and a large bin. We feel that due to the quantities that are in those bins, that the large ones are actually not paying the true cost.
Those bins are targeted rates though, aren't they? And that's only one part of the factor, one part of the equation. Are we confident that the fees we're charging on the rest of the waste is enough to recover all the costs?
Yes, we are.
In combination?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies, I'll go Mr Trainer and then come back to Councillor Shannon.
When I look through these, I think we're far too light on just about everything. So you can go and hire a hall for $35 an hour. So if you've got to hire it for 4 hours, you know, morning to 6 p.m, $35, say West End Hall, brand new hall, 6 p.m. to midnight, $47 an hour. Well, where else can you hire a hall for $170 for a night? You know, there's just a whole, all the way through here, these rates that are so cheap. Even our leases, we lease land, as much land as you want, to a club for $100 a year. I have a club in Dunedin that owns a hall on an old tip site. They're paying $4,500 a year. And it's a lot less land than what we're leasing out. And I just go through here and I think, my goodness, we just give this stuff away. And I just think that is part of our trouble in terms of what we do. Pleasant Point, hourly rate, sports only, $12.50 an hour. Others, morning to 6 p.m, $20 an hour. I mean, it's just so cheap. So, we're just not covering our costs, and I don't understand it. I don't understand how we have these activity centres with such low fees. It's just, and the more I read of it, the more I think, social housing, $110 a week. We're subsidising subsidising WINS, whatever the title is nowadays. You know, we really actually got to get this lifted significantly.
Yeah, the social housing now needs to be addressed now, and probably that's way below. And if we give the indications now, that's time for us to work with individual tenants, with MSD, around what subsidies they can get. And so it's likely to be cost neutral, our increases. But I've got based on 230, I think we're $500,000 of revenue short, potentially more. So we need to advance this quite quickly, and that will not, and potentially not have a negative effect on anyone. So where that's an advantage for our district is you're getting $500,000 of government funding coming back into the district, which you wouldn't have before because we're subsidising the rates when we don't need to. So that's something we do need to address with urgency. Yeah.
I guess, you know, we've spoken about this before. It's not the first time we've spoken about the housing, social housing costs, and we've been assured that the price, their market rates and the rates have been going. Well, they obviously haven't. I mean, I spoke to the guy that runs a trust for houses in Christchurch, and they work out what their costs are, then they charge 130%. So that means that they've got 30% paying for their overheads, and they've got 30% to reinvest back into the upkeep. You know, that's the sort of stuff that we need. Those numbers, we need accurate numbers, and then we need to put the proper margin on. I mean, you know, my experience is that number that was just quoted is probably at half the rate that it actually should be.
Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. I can only see some of my questions here because it keeps freezing because we're over page number 1000 now. But probably, actually, what I was going to say, a lot of what our Chief Executive has just said, I know that through this process, some of these fees, I've had the calculator out, there were a couple that were 46%, some that were 40%, some that were like 7% and what have you. And I understand that some of this is like pricing retail as well. It's not just an exact science. But my question was going to be, how often do we actually look at market pricing, if you like, what people would get elsewhere in the motor camps, all those sorts of things. Like, I remember Stu saying a while back that surely the bloke that lands here in the private jet can afford more than that. And it has gone up, which is great, but there are some here that I just look at those and think, are we almost setting ourselves up in the same way as we did with setting low rates on housing over all the years, that we've become really well known in the community that, yeah, you can hire this space for $50 and you get it for the whole night. Is it time to be realistic, looking at some of those rates elsewhere and saying, no, the fair price is actually twice what we're actually charging people now. Let's look at that. And one of them here, and Beth could probably remind me, because I do think we've talked about it at some stage, no increase to the rates from the swimming pool for Seabay specifically. Have we?
So that was a once-off, and that was specifically last season in response to lower levels of service that we could offer in the rolling closures. Yeah. So we are looking at increasing that for the next, from this LTB onwards. Yes.
The other thing we all have to remember, these include GST. So there's 15% come off these to pay for GST. So effectively that makes it even worse. Yeah. So, you know, go back to the halls again, you know, Geraldine Pavilion, $25 per hour including GST, up to 11 PM. So if you hire from 6 to 11, that's 5, and that's what, $125 for that pavilion. You cannot hire any other hall. You can't hire anything for that. They're all, the minimum you'd be paying is probably $300 to $400.
So, sir, can I ask, is a solution you're suggesting is we make them exclusive? That automatically increases it?
No, I'm suggesting we've got to review them and actually go to market and actually significantly increase these.
Are we planning to do that for this long-term plan, or should we plan for that for year one? We can easily do an annual plan variation in year one.
We need to get it reviewed as quickly as possible.
Look, I think we just look to delegate. If Chief Executive sees this as urgent, we adopt it subject to some a review by Chief Executive. The big hole, though, if you look at that social housing, that's $5.5 to $7 million over the length of the plan, as far as income we're not receiving. We've got to address that before, and we need to give those people a good heads up, and we need to work with them so they can access. I know there's some conversations been had with MSD, but I would have expected that we had some bigger, gruntier numbers in here. Yeah.
And I appreciate all of that, and I agree that it is urgent timing-wise. If you're wanting to adopt your long-term plan with that review in mind, you're not going to meet your June deadline, because these fees and charges impact your budget model, which impact all the supporting information, which then will all need to be redone. And if we haven't even commenced that review, we're just not going to be able to meet it in time for the hot review on the 18th of March or whatever by the OAG.
The social housing one, I've been asking for some time that we at least get this, and I'm okay with 17A review being later, but at least we get these numbers into play. So I think we've still got time. If we can review, increase these numbers, and then we get it, we probably need a team to go and start working with these residents.
You have time to do this if you defer your adoption. You do not have time to do this and meet your June deadline.
The chief executive can do this overnight. It's just moving some numbers. The challenge isn't the timing. The challenge is going and talking to the residents, I would have thought. We can change these numbers quite easily.
Audit is here, and how I'll be commencing the audit. We would have to rework the whole budget model. We'll have to rework all the documents, the FIS statements, everything, which we can do. We can easily do. We're just not going to meet the audit timelines that we have set.
I think the audit is on what we've got. And if we, before we adopt the LTP, have the adjustments ready, we can give a schedule of adjustments to the auditors and they can tick that off really quickly.
You could actually do that through, especially if you're looking at your consultation process and you make the adjustments during that. It's just that you're not going to have the time to go out for consultation with these new fees. You can change the fees as a result of the consultation, and you may change them and raise them up, and actually do another audit, the final audit, for the final one, but you're not going to have these fees ready for your consultation that commences on the 12th of April.
Well, then possibly the starting point then is we said we were raising them by, I initially said 15%, that got lowered. So if we made these GST exclusive, there's our 15% done.
That we can go out immediately with,
Then
yes.
we go immediately with that and then we can go through the process.
The one thing I think we need to pull out, though, is the housing, because it's just a huge hole. And, can we not delegate changes? This can happen pretty quickly. This can still be changed by tomorrow.
It's the flow-on effect
No, I
from
get
those
that.
changes don't take overnight.
No, as far as
It changes all your supporting
the
information,
problem,
sir.
the problem is, how do we go talk to those individuals that are affected in that time frame when this is
And what we're proposing is that it's to make a change of the GST is one thing, but for the kind of review that you're actually talking about, it's not an overnight process, especially if you want to actually engage with the affected parties. You're best to do that in year one.
No, we can't do it in year one. We're going to lose too much money. This housing thing needs to be sorted now. So I get, yes, the approach to GST, that's fine, but somehow I don't see why. I know it's going to go back up through the model and audit is in-house, but I
think there is a halfway house here. There is a halfway house
yeah,
here.
It's a very cheap
We can look at those housing rents and we can go, they need to be this, which is X% increase. We could put that through the model. We can easily say, because it's in our plan doesn't mean you're implementing it right from word go. This is what we're putting in to consult on. Yeah.
The challenge I have with these numbers, this is what we're consulting on, but actually we don't mean that. We mean that your rents are going up another $50 and that we need to go and have that secondary conversation with them. Yes, we're consulting on this, but this is reality. Yeah. So, I of the view that we are doing the community a huge disservice when we're not getting that government funding coming into town. Andrea, any solutions for me, just on that one?
Don't know if I have any solutions, but isn't social housing ring fence, so any additional funding that comes in essentially just goes back into the regeneration of that social housing, doesn't actually then go anywhere near the rest of the council?
It should be a business unit on itself, and so that's the social good and the fact that we can reinvest into that activity. whether it's a new house or it's bringing them up to a standard or what have you, but we're still $500,000 at least of government money not coming in. Yeah. But no.
A lot of those people will be getting, through Department of Social Welfare, accommodation supplements. It won't be dollar for dollar, but they won't have to pay the whole increase themselves, I think.
Yeah.
They'll be subsidised by the government.
The income-related rent subsidy,
No, it's separate. It's separate.
okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's separate again to providers that aren't council, but this is just simply subsidy through MSD to Councillor Piddington's point around accommodation allowance or whatever it's called. And so I know there's been some conversations that a lot of those, majority I believe, of those would be pretty much the same as they are now. It would get picked up by MSD, and this is the challenge. Council currently are subsidising where MSD get central government, and we think we, spend enough subsidising the rest of the country. It would be nice to have some money come and work for us.
I still don't quite understand why we can't go through this schedule tomorrow, lift these charges, calculate that out, and lift our revenue in the LTP, and there it is, auditors, happy days. Why can't we do that?
You can do that, but what I'm saying is that all the consequential work that needs to be done based on that new budget model is going to take time, which is actually knocking out the timeline, which means we can't meet our agreed deadlines that we have with audit now, because we're running really close to the bone as it is with the timeline. So this is yet another delay, and we're happy to actually work with what you're doing. I'm just telling you the reality, we will not meet the audit timelines because we have to change all the foundation documentation to reflect these new changes with the budget models.
But I think it's only one line. So
No, it's not.
Well, it is, in this. You're only going to be increasing your income.
Rattle through all your service
Yes.
schedules.
Yeah, but with social housing, it might be ring-fenced, but the rest of the council is subsidising it because it's not covering its cost. So it's a tricky, we know it's not.
So it's not necessarily being subsidised by that amount that I'm talking about, but that is the missed opportunity from central government. So it's a combination of both, you're right.
So a point of clarification, the current social housing stock is paying for itself, and we do have the opportunity. We use the extra funds to look at any maintenance and work. What we can do, so that we don't interfere this process and keep with timelines, I can bring a paper to council outside of this, so I could bring it to the full council meeting on the 26th that supersedes this, with the market information across the suite, because we have different standards of flats and smaller ones, so there will be change, and I can bring that information to table. You can actually make a decision, and I can immediately affect those increases across every single lease.
I struggle with this, Nicole. You say it does. I go to a finance meeting, they say it doesn't. So I struggle every time with this.
No, so your point is then that can feed into the draft after?
Yes, yes.
So that's
yes.
the way around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Andrea, perhaps you could just fill us in on that, because that's what we've been told, exactly what Councillor Scott just said. So where are we at with the social housing and the paying its own way?
We would have to run a FIS statement for it, because essentially that's where it falls out the bottom. But it is budgeted to look after itself, yes.
Can we, for the LTP, let Nicole do that process, and in the LTP, we talk about we are going to move to market rates with our rentals, which would cover it. It doesn't perfectly line up with the financials, but at least as signalled in the LTP, we are moving. Of course we can.
I don't see how this is any different to the community board conversation. We've still got that in our budget. We've said we want to have a conversation, tell us what you think about raising that rate. And it's not in the budget model, you know, taking out the thing. I fail to see how this is any different. Why can't we just, like the Chief Executive has suggested, flag in here, we're looking at putting these at market rates, tell us what you think.
Because your amount for the community boards is in your budget model, these increases are not. So your projected increases are not. So all we're talking about is changing the funding mechanism through the LTP process, but the actual budget is in there for the community board.
Okay, so to keep the process going, let's bring that paper, and then that can feed into the consultation as far as the market rates, and that will require an action to go and talk to those affected parties through that period, and MSD and the likes, develop what the market rentals are. Separate to that, or if we adopt the draft fees and charges, we can still do a review of those. We can still add in some of those things if we need to, if they're within a CUI, I guess. So, look, I see, Vinci, the frustration, but I'd hate to have a missed opportunity, which is actually is great for those people in, you know, likely in social council housing, because we can reinvest back into the stock, whereas we haven't been able to the same degree. So is that a workaround? That means you've got a status quo, assuming in a minute we adopt it, and then we do the workaround, and that can feed into the consultation part of it. It's effectively a council consultant on it, submitting on its own plan, in a way. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. And perhaps we do that as can we do a separate fees and charges paper to submit to our own plan? Potentially. Vincey's just trying to find a solution.
Your solution is to defer. You can adopt in July.
No, we can't.
But you're not going to adopt in June if you're redoing your fees and charges now for consultation, because we really have to have our consultation stuff audited by Audit New Zealand and finalized so it can go to the OAG by the 18th of March.
I guess for me, actually, this should be business as usual, and we should be reviewing market rents every 2 years, and people should know it's happening. I mean, it's a bit frustrating here with this. We asked 3 years ago for market reviews, and I don't know, it's just got lost. So I think along with that, we need a policy of when we review the rents, so the people in there know it, and just run it as a business properly. And dare I say it, when we do the review of excess buildings and that, if we can have what people are currently paying for their rents, because no doubt we've got some big buildings and people are paying next to nothing and enjoying that, again, at the ratepayer's cost. And the same with our campground leases. Are they at a commercial level for camp downs these days? I don't know, but I think anything in that property should be part of a big review and get on with it, because there are steps legally you have to do to raise rents anyway. You know, you need a market assessment, but that could be done tomorrow, you know.
Okie dokie, so we will go back to 1002, which is the, these big agendas. Love it. Where are we? There. Okay, so what I'm proposing, that we approve and adopt the information for consultation contained in this report, which provides a basis for the fees and charges. It does say basis, doesn't, with any amendments made by resolution at this meeting, with further delegation for the Chief Executive to work with staff on final numbers prior to audit. How does that sound as resolution 1? And then 2 will be separate for the council housing. It's not social housing. Council housing fees and charges report to come back to council for the 26th. Comfortable with those two? Yep. Councillor Parker, happy to move. Councillor Booth, thank you. I've got a seconder. Any issues with that, team? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against carried. Cool. 7.81071, which is long-term plan draft consultation outline and key issues.
Right, good afternoon, councillors. So we're down to the draft consultation document, and what I have sent to you was an outline particularly around the content, so please do not pay attention to style and what have you. Now, I've had to do this quite quickly. Oh, that's a terrible font. Okay. So what we're actually looking at is what's legally required in your consultation document and what you do not put in. So it's really important, because it was stated in the legislation that it's meant to actually be readily understood by interested and affected people, or affected people, I apologize. It's really important that we try to use as plain language as possible, and we don't obfuscate with too much detail, particularly when we're actually looking at things like huge financial statements, et cetera, because this is being read by the public of all ages. Now, we have to provide really fair representation of the things that we're proposing in here, and we need to explain why we're proposing what we're proposing and what those impacts are going to be, and that's on the rates and the debts and the level of service. So it's the only lawful basis. So we don't put out the whole LTP as a document itself. We put out a draft that we have that they can access on the web, but this is the main thing that they use as the tool, as the basis for the consultation. So we can't attach the LTP to it, we can't attach the financial strategy, we can't attach the infrastructure strategy, we can't attach policies, and we can't attach like budget models. We have to provide summaries for all of those under legislation. Okay, so the proposed structure that we have put forth into this is to look at the introduction and background, and of course we have both the two Nigels saying their bit, and that's where, as mentioned before, either one of them can actually talk about some of those aspirational things and what we have with other CCOs. That will be a perfect place to put some of that narrative in there. We were looking at doing the, explaining the LTP timeline and the drop-in sessions, how people can actually engage. We like the term join the conversation, which came up in our workshop last week. We talk about the strategic priorities, we look at the issues discussion, the proposed plan, the rate increases, then we look at an options analysis, which we must include. Other considerations, and that's where we have the little bit about the potential to actually move the funding for community plans into a targeted rate. We look at the summary statements basically of the infrastructure strategy, the financial strategy, and then we talk about the value of the rates for the service delivery. And of course, in this I included the attachments that councillors had asked me to put in, but my recommendation is that we do a summary of those rather than to put in those financial statements. Okay, apologize for this because it was a cut and paste of the document itself. So the first page, you did ask me to try and clarify some of the terminology that we use and you put it in plain English what those things mean. And you specified CapEx, OpEx, depreciation, and a level of service. I'm really happy to add more definitions if you want, or change them. We explained at a very, very high level how rates work. I have had feedback from some counselors already, which has been really great to get, thank you, about changing the narrative a little bit around how rates work when we're actually talking about the difference between capital value and land value as the basis of that. So I can easily reword that. And for the timeline, those are the agreed dates that we actually have, that we are working to. I talk about the community drop-in sessions. Now, I just put a bunch of places on there. That's not by any means a definitive list. And I haven't put times or anything because we haven't actually agreed to what the schedule would be. But it's just an example to show for the community so that they have a really clear indication about where they can come and talk to you and when. And we want to make sure that it's throughout the whole of the district, so it's not just at one or two key places. Okay? That QR code, by the way, doesn't work. It's just a mock-up that I put in there, so don't think for a moment that you're going to be able to actually link to anything. I've explained what the strategic priorities are that you have chosen and try to link that throughout the document, especially when options analysis. And of course, those were linked to the strategic values and the vision. When I talk about what's the issue, that's giving some of that background context in as plain language as possible. But again, I'm not tied up about the semantics. Any words that you want changed, you please let me know because this is your document. I just put a word salad in there of different colors that just kind of describe some of the high-level issues that I think relate to the challenges that you have. Very, very high level. But the important thing is we're actually specifying what we plan to do around that. So on this page, what I actually talk about is how we're in the same boat as every other council because they're all facing these similar challenges. That what we're planning to do are the things like prioritizing some of those core infrastructure renewals to replace our aging assets. It has been pointed out to me I've used the wrong spelling of aging. I have used a North American spelling. That will be corrected before it goes out, and I apologize. Thank you, Stephen. And we will invest heavily in our water infrastructure to protect the assets in the community's health and ensure resilience of our water services. That we're looking to adequately fund the rebuild of the key community assets through the loan funding and spread the payments through intergenerational equity. Raising our self-imposed debt cap from the 210 to the 250%. And I've put in there that the debt cap's proposed to drop down again, but that obviously can change depending on what you decide you want to do. And we have specified that with Council's prudent financial management, we still have capacity to borrow, and we have that good credit rating so that we're in good standing for borrowing. We are talking about funding depreciation appropriately, and that was really about that conversation you had about kicking the can down the line, and that you didn't want to do that. So that was just a statement to explain that. Talking about the need to start paying off the debt so that we are generating enough revenue to do that. we talked about how we have done those budget revisions in mind to look at prioritizing the things that we really need to do and deferring some of those nice-to-haves that we really want to do when we're in a better financial position to do that. And that's when we're back into operating surpluses. And we're talking about the review of key council services and activities over the next 2 years so we can look at how we can actually reduce our operational expenditure and improve our efficiency with some of our systems and some of our processes so that we are able to actually bring those levels of service, and that includes, like a result of your Section 17A reviews, what activities can we bring in-house to help with that efficiency? So that's kind of like an overcap of the rationale as to what we actually need to do. And a little bit later, I talk about the mechanisms with the options on how you can actually do that. I go straight away into what people are really interested in and how does this impact rates so that we have that front and center. Other times, you've actually had that information towards the back of the document, and I'm not attached to where you put it. This is just a proposal that I actually had, and that's where we put in the sample properties as to what that really means on those different kinds of properties in the different areas. So in there, we actually talk about the rates increases staying at that high for the first 3 years and then reducing down to below 5% based on current projections. We haven't specified in this page as to what's driving those 3 years, but we do explain that a little bit later. Now I go into your 3 options that we discussed in our workshop, where we actually talked about, it comes down to, do we do everything that we have planned and have already committed to in the first 3 years? Now, we have based that budget model on that option. Or do we pare back and do the community's facility stuff a bit later? And that's where we talked about and have actually put in one of the budget models that we would defer the stadium until, not the stadium, sorry, we would defer the Theatre Royal and Heritage Center build until 2028. Or do we just focus on core communities, core services and not do the community facilities within this long-term plan? And that's where we actually talk about revoking council decisions that you've actually made, okay? So what I'm calling the status quo, and I mean the status quo because that's based on your existing resolutions that you have made and the direction that you've given us in the workshops, that we actually do everything that we have planned in the first 3 years. And we've come back to you with multiple budget models until we reached what we thought is the happy balance to be able to deliver and still remain in that debt cap that you have specified. I've outlined what I think are the benefits, not attached to these. If you have other benefits that you can think of, you by all means provide them to us. We're talking about the immediate benefits about you're still able to achieve everything that you have said that you want to do, and that you are looking at your water renewals, that you prevent further cost escalations, because every time you delay a project, there comes the subsequent cost increases. There are some risks to doing that, you know, we have actually said, and Councillor Oliver specified when we're looking at the sealed road extensions, that was one of the things that we've had to forego in order to deliver this big CapEx work program. So there are some disadvantages to doing that. the doability of the high CapEx program, but of course we have assurances and audit says they will consider, if you're having external contractors for your big community facilities, that they take that into account when they assess doability. You will actually there are some members in the public, and you may have read about them recently, who may not be happy that you're spending some money on the theater and heritage center. We talk about the stress on local resources with a high CapEx work program. High debt levels, that's a consequence of being a high delivery council. It may limit the future opportunities for other facility renewals because of your high debt levels, but you do have a plan on how to repay that, and it means you had to raise your debt cap. We actually talk about those financial impacts. Now, this is actually based on Friday afternoon's budget model that I received, okay? So it is the debt increase to $411 million. It's down a couple of million. And the debt cap, the highest it reaches is 245% rather than 247, which I believe was in the original ones. And at the bottom, that's where I actually have, does it tick the boxes for meeting your strategic priorities with this model? When we stage the projects out, for the most part, a lot of the impacts and the benefits and risks remain pretty much the same. The difference is the interest doesn't kick in until 2027. And you may, by deferring projects, you may potentially have increased costs for those projects because of the labor and material costs over the next 4 years. When we actually look at the third option, where you're focusing on what you call your core services only and not do the community facilities, we're not talking about drops to the levels of services for core services, but you are talking about a drop in the levels of services for your community facilities. You can put money more into your enhanced work program to address your water, your roading, your bridges issues, and to build resiliency faster. And it may present less risk of stress on the local resource for contractors, but if you're going to escalate some of those other programs, it may not. You do have some risks there. You could have loss of economic and cultural gains and sporting gains by not having your theater and possibly missing some sports bookings for that. You could run the risk of creating issues with your community facilities becoming more run down and needing more investment for replacement and renewals. The financial impacts, however, is that your rates increase still stay at 15%. Your net debt is lower than in option 1 or 2, and you still operate at a deficit for the first couple of years. Your depreciation is fully funded, it's brought ahead by a year. Your debt cap is much lower. It only reaches 201% at its highest. The overall difference to the debt levels is $72 million for that option. I then went into a rationale as to why the preferred option was to do everything that we planned in the first 3 years based on the conversation, how we ended it at the last workshop. And that's where I actually talk about the balance and talking about it's not really the community facilities that are driving the high rates increase in the first few years. It's your revaluations and your depreciation. So it's the fact that you're actually playing catch up with those depreciation costs that are really impacting on your rates, and it's your operational expenditure. So, and the low fees, yes, good point brought up. And there's no doubt that you have been undercharging on your fees and charges. So, and while we are actually talking about investing in the capital works program, it doesn't mean that we tick the box and say, okay, yep, we've done that. There's still a lot of work to do in-house, and that's around the efficiency review that the chief executive will be leading. How can we actually improve our processes, our systems? Can we bring some things in-house that can do some cost savings? Will we be actually looking at those asset sales that you have mentioned multiple times in various workshops? So there's still a lot of work to be done so that the next LTP will be a very different conversation with your community. Okay. I talk about climate change and looking at some of the work that has been undertaken, especially in the past couple of years, where your climate change officer has helped to establish the baseline measures of the direct carbon emissions, and then talking about how through the performance measures, looking at how we can try and set some targets to look at the zero carbon 2050 targets that have already been set. We talk about the response action plan that you adopted just recently. But also keeping in mind that it's not just about, and taking Councillor Pye's suggestion, that it's not just about what council needs to do, although audit will be prioritizing that. It's also about your role in the community for advocacy, leadership, and advisory services. I talk about the community strategic plans there, and I can change that to suit the narrative, keeping in mind that that was not going to be a definitive until after we had talked to the community boards. So I will be finding out, we as a team will be finding out their views on that. And it may be that we don't do that. But at the last, at one of the workshops, it was discussed as a possibility. So the bid targeted rate is in there to actually explain to the community what that's about, because that it will be changing our revenue and finance policy. Okay? The next few pages is about summarizing the infrastructure strategy and the financial strategy. And in there is a replica of the some of the graphs that we actually had in there. The difference is this graph is only for 10 years. The one that you have in the infrastructure strategy is for 30 years. Okay? So this one actually breaks down a bit like what the mayor was asking before. This breaks down those that are your core business with the waters and the roading from the ones that are your community facilities as far as the CapEx spend. So this is kind of like the basis of a new graph that you were asking for, Your Worship. So that's for the 10 years. I believe you would want one for perhaps 30 years if we were talking about the infrastructure strategy.
And that it was a financial strategy, so it would just be the 10 years.
Just the 10 years. Okay, that's great. Okay. And then, of course, talking about the balance with the financial strategy. This graph is, the pie chart is very interesting. So we're actually talking about your operational expenditure over the next 10 years is $1.4 billion. And that's where the breakup of the operational expenditure is for all of council by the various groups of activities. Okay, so you can actually see that your corporate activities, as in the business of running council, is where the bulk of your operational expenditure is. Followed very closely, of course, by your recreation and leisure facilities, because that's going to obviously have a high OPEX. And then, of course, you have your water services and your roading and footpaths and the other groups of activities there. We've broken down the capital spend by the type, whether or not they're levels of service or renewals. And so you can actually see with that graph at the bottom, the bulk is definitely renewal. This is where we talk about the CapEx spend by the big five, which is basically your three waters, your waste, and your roading. And looking at where the bulk of the expenditure is, when you combined the three water services together, it does equal more, but roading resumes its place as number one towards the end of this LTP period. And then we give the information about the rates increases for existing ratepayers, and we talk a wee bit around the rates cap and looking at the income over time. I've put in there something around the provincial council's residential rates to help give that context around where we sit on the table.
Can you, just on that, it just needs a date for the taxpayers' annual report, because there's a lag obviously with that data, because we've just given new data for the next one.
Absolutely.
So just to be transparent, yeah, thanks.
I think this is the 2023 one, isn't it? Because that's the one that you had sent around to all of us? Yep, absolutely. Okay. Unfortunately.
I did find that interesting too, because in this one it's 2.5, where we do all our averaging over 200,000. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a lag, but, yeah.
Sorry, 2.5 what? Sorry, where?
Rate is 2,500 in this graph.
Okay.
What the modelling, what the request with this information would have been consistent. Yeah, I get your point, but the data will be consistent, yeah.
Just talking about the graph, are we measuring apples with apples? So for Waitaki, I know they don't actually pay for their waste in their rates. It's contracted out, so we include waste in our rates. So I'm not sure about the other provincial councils, whether they are all-inclusive, because I think it's only fair to have councils that are all-inclusive on the same.
Yeah, 100% agree, and so based on that, Timaru versus Waitaki, you're getting a lot better value. This is obviously a survey based on their questions, so you're not going to, and there will be ups and downs. We might have 4 swimming pools versus a Manawatu that might have 10, I don't know. There will be, that's not, the basket of goods is different, but your point.
For the point of Three Waters, waste and roading,
yeah.
especially if waste is not included, I think, that's a consideration that it's not an equal playing field.
This data is actually really good, and it's probably something that we should feed into the Taxpayers Union, because it's a good survey. They could ask some more questions, which would be quite beneficial for us if we had the data, a free survey.
And that's a matter of lobbying them to tweak or add more questions. Because right now, I just have the raw numbers that they provided. I agree, yep. Okay, a wee bit more about talking about their debt increases. I've already spotted a typo because I must have missed this for when we were talking about the updated budget model that I got on Friday afternoon, so I will correct that. The second paragraph, I got some feedback that was a bit confusing, but what I was trying to do was address the discussion around the disproportionate jump in our capital works program and our debt increases, and how that the corresponding increase in debt is because you're delivering so much more than what you used to for the community. So when your debt was low, you weren't doing as much. In 5 years, you almost tripled the amount of work you were doing out in the community. That comes at a price, and the price was you borrowed to be able to do that. But that's why for the last 6 years, Timaru Council has really been a council of delivery. And with this LTP, you guys are committing to doing even more. So it is what it is. You've got debt, but you're delivering. So That's when we actually talk about what we'll deliver in capital expenditure. It is actually only $650 million worth of CapEx for the next 10 years. Mainly focus on the renewals of core assets. So we talk about that too. And that's where we come into the capital spend by the group of activities. And so for the first 2 years, yes, your community services for the capital spend feature highly because those are big ticket items, okay? And then it goes back to what I would actually call your normal BAU. But when you look at the amount in those community facilities over the course of the 10 years, it's not disproportionate than what you would normally spend in a 10-year program. It's just because those two really big projects are front-loaded in the first 2 years. So, and because we've deferred things like stuff with the art gallery and the library, otherwise that light blue line would be much fatter and your debt would be higher and your spend would be higher. So when we're actually talking about the balancing the books, again, I'll reflect the changes that we'll just call that deficits and surpluses, and just make that a wee bit clearer. This is where it actually gets very interesting when we are talking about the value for money. And what we're talking about here is how much each group of activity, and this is taken 100% from the FIS statements, the funding impact statements, the revenue from rates, not from fees and charges, but purely revenue from rates. And what we've done is we've collated all of the revenue from rates for the total rates collected by the council. Now that includes UAGC, targeted rates, general rates, and all the others. And we then figured out on a proportional basis how much rating revenue is actually spent in each one of those activities. So the bulk of the rates, and to make this as easy as possible for the public, rather than talking about percentages, we say for every $100, okay, 31 of your dollars is going into your 3 waters. 25 of those dollars are going into your roads. 9 of those dollars are going into your parks and recreational facility. $8 are going into waste. Swimming pools are being subsidized by $7 of your rates, okay? But they're a community good. Libraries, $6 are going into it. The Theatre Royal project, and that does include the OPEX and CAPEX, $3 is rate funded out of $100 over the course of the 10 years. The other $13 includes a lot of what I call the rats and mice of rates charges, and that is things like your economic development, your art gallery, and what have you, because a lot of those either equaled $1 or 0.7, like 70 cents or something like that. Now, one thing you need to know, though, because the thing with the stadium is we haven't projected any OPEX costs or anything like that yet of the changes that may be made. I don't know that we actually have some visibility or revenue from increased bookings or what have you. I don't think that work has been done for the stadium. So chances are the stadium may cost more than $1, but right now it's projected to cost $1 for the rebuild and existing levels of service. So that was just a basic thing. I've seen other councils do this. And it's something that's very relatable to people out there, that they kind of get a comprehension as to what rates are spent on. In your previous LTP consultation documents, what you did have is you had a donut that basically had that information that I did in the $100, but it specified every one of those little rats and mice type of things in this big donut. And in the middle it said, what was your weekly average rate on a property that was based on, like, say, $200,000. Now, because of the projected rates increase, of course, the new amount is $68 a week. And what we used was we actually used the, I adjusted the amounts from the last LTP document, which was based on the household surveys that are actually done by New Zealand Stats, and I applied the CPI changes to that. It's appropriate to use CPI because we're actually talking about household items there. And doing the comparison of how much, for $68 a week, you get all of those things that were in the previous diagram, and you compare it to what's the price of things like, say, for food or your transport, including your petrol charges and average weekly spend on clothing and the phone and internet, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, that's based on a family that would be living on a property of with the land value of that size. So we're not actually probably talking about your high-value properties or big rural properties or anything like that. The last couple of pages for your LTP consultation document will always have how you engage. Here's the submission form where we actually have those key questions. We have your counselor contact details. Okay, so we actually have your email. We don't put your personal address on there. We just have your email contact details, and in some councils, they put the phone number if you're comfortable with doing that. And we would recommend that you still do it with free post, and obviously they can actually drop their forms into the various service centers. And then I had the very last couple of pages was, that is Friday afternoon's model with the new budget, because you will actually see for your first year, the capital expenditure is 98,384, so it has actually changed. But the interesting thing with this model is that you still actually are running at a deficit. And then I had the Theatre Royal in year 4 and Heritage Centre in year 4, and then I had, if you did it without those. I wouldn't recommend putting in those budget models, but what you would do is a modification of a table to help explain that. I did a wee bit in the narrative and the options. Again, draft. So I've had some councillors come back and actually specify a few things that they would like to see changed. Really happy to actually work on that basis. Opening the floor to you now, over to you to actually discuss, ask questions, make recommendations, give feedback.
Fantastic, thank you. So just across all our documents, just consistency when we're referencing the theatre museum, can we either do theatre or museum or heritage? Because sometimes they go in and out, sometimes it's heritage, which appears to be 2, and then sometimes when we reference theatre, it appears to be 1, but it's not 1, it's 2. So
We'll do that.
Just consistency.
Can I get a clarification? It appears to me it's just about too late for the theatre museum because we've consulted 2 or 3 times. It was in last year's long-term plan. It's in the annual plan. So we're putting the focus, aren't we putting the focus on the wrong thing? Isn't the focus on this about our infrastructure? Are you comfortable that we spend 73% of our 650 million on infrastructure? I'm just putting it out there because this is not about a yes, no for the theatre. That's gone and past.
It hasn't. Remember in November, the resolution was to go to complete detailed design, 542.2. The next step is to bring that back.
And that's going to come before this consultation happens.
Yeah.
So that decision will get made before
Yes.
this is consulted on.
No, yes, it would have been consulted,
Well-
yeah, so then what happens then?
That's why I'm
That's
just stating it's too late for it. We've consulted on that twice. Overwhelming is to do it. Overwhelming is to do what we are doing. And it was included in our last year's LTP. So effectively, we're now pretty well committed.
The question will be, as a council, we support an increased budget if it goes beyond 57.1? That's what I believe. The community of saying,
That's a different decision.
Yeah, so,
that is the decision will be.
yeah, so that's the decision, is it over or above?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what are the next steps from there?
And I think, Nigel, the question is not about a theatre. The community, my understanding and the way I get it, that a theatre is definitely what we want. Everyone wants a theatre. It's whether it's the spend.
Yes,
Is this appropriate?
But we're putting through here, we're insinuating you have a choice by the options. Well, actually,
Yep.
we're too far down the track.
Yeah,
Well, my opinion.
Yeah, the choice will be on the 26th, I think. So it's 26th of March, is that correct? Yeah, nods. Yeah, so that's the decision. And Councillor Scott, you're right. So is it in budget or not? Yeah, it is. I know it's been brought forward. Yeah, I think. So, yeah, 26th of March. So the question is, what references should it have in here? And that decision will be either, and then it might be, well, it won't be an amendment because we won't be able to bring it, but it'll be how you have that conversation at the LTP time. You're talking to people anyway, but it's how it lines up.
Hate to be a broken record, but because this is being audited before your 26th of March meeting, we need to kind of get the questions right about what it is we're going out to consult with. And we base this on the feedback that we had from the workshops. This is what you had chosen. These are the questions because there was a lot of discussion about theatre or not. Your chief executive is right around timeliness and what the issues are. So you're a council in a difficult position in the fact that you're really kind of hamstrung of there's so much you have to do. You don't have a lot of choice about it, particularly around the Three Waters, et cetera, et cetera. So is the conversation with the community, are you happy that we are putting this amount of resource into renewals as opposed to doing some of these other things that you may prefer us to do?
I mean, that was my point in the last workshop, was around the differences, the community facilities in and around. It's actually, you need that $200 million CapEx, whatever that looks like, to make a real dent and change in this. And so it goes back to that as opposed to an individual. But what we're trying to solve today is the question that we're asking. And that we need to adopt as far as draft, so it goes to the audit. Councillor Piddington.
Be no surprise I've got a different opinion. The last long-term plan, we went out and told people it was $17 for the theatre. Only a couple of months ago, we find out it's $187. We've got to be blind and deaf, and otherwise, if we don't think the big thing everyone is talking about for or against is the theatre. The other problem I have with a couple of these things is your model's not right at $3 per 100, because at $3,000, that gets the theatre to $90. It should be 6% on the average rate. Simple maths. I'm concerned that you said that includes the cost of operating, because the model that was supplied to me yesterday showed an income for the Theatre Royal of $1 million. That's $3,000 a day, every day. So if we're modelling with the income shown from what I was supplied with yesterday, we're going to be another $800,000 short. If we are going out...
Sorry, Councillor Piddington, on that point, is that, Andrew, is that reflected in the FIS for that activity? That income that Councillor Piddington's spoken about? Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Piddington. Sorry, we'll come...
So the income that was included in the theatre was a model that was based on the number of shows that we could get at, the different types of shows. Yeah.
That's all, we just need to run that, see if it's accurate versus an Ashburton.
I mean, we're talking about $500,000 out, and we're really excited about getting that off community housing. We've budgeted, I would suggest, 800,000 over what we're going to get. There's 8 shows between now and 30th September in Ashburton. Let's put that aside though. The model option 2 tells us Theatre Royal in year 4. On page 31, it doesn't tell us what year the stadium is. The other real problem I have with the models we're putting out, we're telling the community it's all or nothing in capital projects and in one of the options, and that's just not a reality. And by doing it that way, I kind of think you're saying you have to vote for the theatre to get a stadium, and that's not correct. I'm not saying how the people will feed back, but I'm pretty uncomfortable the narrative we've put in this that clearly isn't correct on the numbers.
Sorry, your last point is we're trying to say that they're tied, is that what you're saying? That the community...
Well, the 3 options were, it looked like you had to do everything as planned.
Yeah.
Option 3 is do not do the community services, so it's all in or all out. And option 3 is pare back and do community facilities later. And I'm not quite 100% sure that that matches up what we're saying. I mean, I don't care, but we need to be upfront and honest about costs. I mean, we've over budgeted 800,000 on income, and that's gone into our model.
Through you, Councillor Whittington.
Sorry, just for clarity, we've just got to be careful with the numbers that because some of these numbers end up in the paper, and if the likes of an Ashburton, if we can present what Ashburton Event Centre as an example, what the income is, I think that's accurate. You know, I think...
Look, I'm fine with that, Nige, but what I'm saying is the model we've run is incorrect.
I don't disagree with you, I just think what we've got to... We can't be guesstimating what it is, we need to. It's incorrect, what is the correct number? Yeah, sorry, Mr Trainer.
The 3 options in here, the first one is, as per the plan, all the CapEx that we've got, and it has been pared back a bit from the original. Number 2 is simply moving the theatre out 4 years. Not the stadium, just the theatre, as per the title.
Yeah, but it doesn't clearly state that. My point, Nigel, to that is it doesn't state that anywhere.
It does in one of their documents, but we can clearly state that. And because it says it in the right at the front here. Do we pare back and do community facilities later?
But it doesn't say when they're being... My point is, in this room, we know, or think we might know, but if I'm reading that, I don't know when the stadium is coming.
Correct. It says option 2 on there, Theatre Royal, year 4. That's the only difference. So we can make that adjustment. And the third one is you've gone from one extreme of do everything, the other one is the extreme of just do the infrastructure stuff.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's not what the...
We end up with a 4th option by the time we've consolidated.
Look, we might get lots of feedback, but my point is, the way it's presented now is it doesn't tell you what year the stadium is, and that's good that we can put it back and under the benefit stadium in year 1 to 3.
Yeah.
But as I read it, it didn't say that. And
correct. Okay, good point.
And $3 doesn't work. I mean, if I've got 3,000 in rates, 3 times 30 is $90, and we've already told people it's 187.
So where the 3% comes from is over the 10-year life. So if you look at the model for the theatre, essentially the rates take over the 10-year period is about $35 million. And then over the total rates at that point in time, I'm not sure off the top of my head exactly how much that is, but it's circa 100 odd million over the 10-year period. So we haven't just isolated it in one particular year because the theatre starts to repay itself over the life. So the rates take from the theatre will actually decrease once it starts to repay its debt. So we look at it at a 10-year perspective, not just a single next year model.
And can I get a clarification from the CFO? The 187, was that just the theatre, or was it the theatre and the museum build?
With the $187, that was taking the Theatre and Heritage Hub that we'd had modelled, divided it simply by the number of rating units within the district. Which is a rough, essentially a calculation. If we ran it per value of property, taking into consideration all of the rest of the rates it is taking, that was the graph that essentially, the table that was at the front of the data last night.
Well, I guess, again, we need an explanation around those charts, because I'm a simple man and I just simple maths. And it's 6%, not 3.
For a 10-year period, it's 3, based on the model.
But I'm not sure how you can halve it when you start at 187, so you...
You're not comparing apples and apples there.
No.
187 also has the Heritage Hub, which is the museum.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I meant heritage. I mean, that's what the discussion is.
But the $3 is just the theatre, is that correct?
No.
No, it's both.
Good try, Nigel.
$3 equates to 2.2.
Yeah, no, look, I don't mind, but all I want is to make sure we're being accurate what we're telling the ratepayers. If you're confident with those numbers, that's cool.
So the $187 was literally a raw calculation on units. Now, units value, vary in size. So that 187 was based on per unit, not what an individual ratepayer would pay.
Yeah, because a lot will pay a lot more, won't they?
Some will pay
and a few will
more.
pay less.
Correct.
Yeah, I get that, but
Yeah.
I mean, we're just talking averages, and I guess it's the delivery. The other thing that amused me, sorry, I'll get off the theatre.
You go for it.
We went from having great water a year ago to old and tired pipes. I don't know that that's a great description to be putting out at the top of our story. Andrew? No, just kidding. But I mean, you get the point. We need to be careful with our descriptions that they're not...
Yeah, they're not contradicting.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Hey, sorry, just I want to clarify a point. So back and later in the document, just the Aorangi Stadium is in the work streams it shows in the early years, so it's reported in that part of it as far as overall.
I get that, Nige, but you've got to dig really deep to find that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, there again, I guess if we're not consulting on specific projects, then is the stadium any different than the Geraldine trunk main?
I think you'll find it might be when you get your feedback.
No, but it's in the plan, and so why does it have to be highlighted versus a pump station or a... This is my question, I'm just trying to...
Well, we've done that in the past. We cheered on $17
No,
3 years
in the
ago.
past we were consulting on those specific things. This time we're not, because it's not a consideration, because it's already in the plan.
Well, I don't know, the whole group agreed to it. That's how we've landed here, so...
No, but my question is, so why are we highlighting a project that's already in the plan versus another project that's already in the plan?
My view is both the stadium and the theatre have the same status. They've both been in the long-term plans and they've both been in our annual plan. They both sit the same, and we're getting on with both of them.
The problem is that they've increased exponentially as the theatre. We initially
The theatre-
actually consulted. We've consulted 3 times.
Yes, and the last consultation was at 57.2, which is still the budget, which is still what we're going to buy.
And we told everyone it was going to cost $17.90 per unit base, and it's increased 10 times. And I've just been told a number which equates to 2.2 million per annum. The interest alone is another $1 million on top of that, let alone capital repayments, let alone operating expenses. So it's actually 2.2. So when I look at these numbers, I'm thinking, why have you put them in there? You're putting numbers in here to try and create to suit a narrative to justify carrying on the stupidity.
Really just be careful.
Well, actually,
Well,
look,
no,
we
I
have
would-
never
no,
consulted.
No,
and
stop,
given-
order, Alan. Just be careful with what you're trying to say, because if it can be an accusation, be taken as an accusation against a staff member trying to paint a narrative, I'm not comfortable with that. So please.
There is the option to do
reword.
nothing in here and actually not do a theatre at any cost, because that's what we're missing. It needs to be in this consultation. Everyone I'm talking to says, don't be mad, don't be stupid. Why have you gone? We consulted and we're told it was going to be 21 million. It went
That
to
is option
29
three.
million.
Councillor Booth, that's option 3.
We then went to 57 and told everyone it was going to be a tenth of what we told them, and we never gave them the option, do you want to stop here and reassess the situation? We never did that. So as far as, and the consultation never gave them that opportunity. So in this consultation, we need to do that.
Option 3.
To do nothing.
The problem is that also says to do nothing for the stadium. And I don't think we can hold them to ransom that way. People might think 5,000 kids and adults using a stadium a week's better than whatever the number is for the theatre.
Well, perhaps the consultation should be then, do you want a theatre at this, or do you want a stadium?
And to achieve what means? Well, Gary, you get to the overall capital program. So what is it you're trying to achieve?
Trying to stop us going to 2.8 million in debt based on numbers which keep changing and I've got no confidence in, and this is just another example of that. And until we see the real income and the real expenses, just looking at what I can see in front of me, that is changed by 10% in a month. So what does that say for the rest of it? And I look back in the same long-term plans and those budgets, and they started at 1.2 debt at 160 million max. The next one in 21 was up to 280 million max when we had to go to 2.1. Now you're going to 2.8, and you actually are talking about 416 million, and that is spending around 60 to 70 million. We're only collecting 35 or 34 million a year in depreciation. We've not been collecting that because we've been overspending and borrowing for OPEX. And that has gone on for the last 2 or 3 years, and we've got another one lined up right now. So probably about half the money we've borrowed in the last 2 years has gone towards operation expenses, hasn't been balanced. Future ratepayers are paying for that. And we're all sitting around here dreaming about something that is really going to take us right to the max. And this is one thing that the public are definitely giving me the feedback anyway, that we need to stop it and actually rethink and recalibrate.
And have you communicated what it saves them in rates if we don't do that? No, it's not relevant? Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go to councillor.
But if you borrow 60 million, it must have an impact, Nige. That's not quite true
No, so,
either.
well, let's use the proper numbers. It's 45.5 million. Well, this is the issue. Everyone's trying to create a narrative. I'm going to go out on a limb and tell you right now, I don't expect to vote on the final decision because I have got a perceived conflict. I didn't vote on the original decision, so it is going to be up to this group to make that decision. What I would say to all of you, there's some here that because of the actions and the narrative that you're trying to push, if we got legal to review some of your statuses, I guarantee that the narrative you're trying to push and the preconceived outcomes would legally exempt you from being a part of that. Just throwing that out there, so because the public need to know, and I'd just be cautious where you're trying to take us. The consultation back in the date did not say 1714. You'd have to be idiot, I'm sorry, to think that. And to say that we weren't clear is just absolute bollocks, I'm sorry.
It was actually $17.19 actually, and it was consulted in October 22.
17.14, cumulative, it said more than that. I don't think anyone would think it's just going to be 17, because the rate is in 1 year and then it's the same in the next year.
You're consulting here and telling it's 3%. Oh, it's only 3%, but actually we've just done some numbers. It's actually more like 6%. Well, why haven't we got 6% in there?
Yeah. Anyway, we get to the point. I'm going to go to Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do hate to interrupt the Boothlands Chair show, but I would like to say this is actually looking quite good to me. I do. I think it actually looks quite good as a document. And it says a lot of the right things. I'd like to see the use of some more bold on the key messages so they're repeated throughout and people actually take those messages on board. And I do think we need something shorter as well, whether that's a wee brochure or the likes, where it just does have these options, if you like, in the explanations. If people can have something to take away if we're meeting with them, I think that would be good. And I do take the point, actually, that throughout we do need some consistency around what we do call the theatre complex, because to me it's not the theatre, and a narrative has been created to make people think that it's just a theatre, cancel the theatre and all is going to be good, and that's wrong, it's irresponsible and it's unfair. So it's got to say Heritage Centre or Theatre Museum and whatever it is, and it's got to continue throughout.
I would love if you could get Arawhenua to gift you a name for the whole facility and we could just call it that.
We'll go to Mr. Traynor, thanks.
So I'd just like to respond to Councillor Booth. The numbers have changed, and that is to be expected when you're pulling a long-term plan together, because as you refine your information, the numbers change. As we look for savings, the numbers change. So they do change. We've also spent several workshops pulling the CapEx down. That leads to changed numbers. We have spent several workshops with the staff looking at our other costs. That changes the numbers. So the numbers do change. But we will land on the numbers that we believe are right. On the debt borrowing rate, we do not hit 2.8, so let's be clear on that. We max out at 2.46. And we have been told by the council to stay under 2.5. We have done that, okay? The other issue we've got in these is there'll be timing issues. I expect some of these projects will be deferred. I just know it. And Vincey's been telling us that for a long time, to expect us to do the number of, I think our option is $98 million worth of capital in 1 year. Some of that will be deferred. That will actually help our debt ratio. It'll bring it down, and some of that will get pushed out. But we're going to try and do our best to get this work done as quickly as possible because it needs to be done. I think we've got to actually make a decision on these community assets, and we've got to stop. I think we've got to stop as an organisation trying to trade one off against the other. The community is split. We're split a little bit, but actually both projects are valid. Whether we like it or not, we have two different demographics in our community. We have the younger demographics and the sporty demographics that really want a stadium. Okay? Tick. We have a different demographic that wants a theatre heritage centre. And we've got to take account of those people as well. So we need to work that through. Now, if there's an option that gets us those things at a lower cost, we will go out and try and find it. But to date, we haven't. We are stuck with a heritage building. That building is going to sit there, whether we do this or not. And the longer it sits there, the more deteriorated it gets. unless we go and deliberately go to court to try and demolish it. That's not what I've heard the community wants. They want something done, but they want it done at the right price. The right price might be the 57.2, because when you think about it, it's split into two projects. You've got the theatre, which is probably about 36 million of that, and then you've got the museum, which is the other. So we've got to think it in those terms. That is actually two. So actually, we've got 3 community buildings going up. Just that happens that 2 are attached. 2 of them are attached to each other. So we need to start reframing what we're doing. Now the debt, it is high. If you pull back the 57, if you pull back on that, you're only pulling back your debt by 46 million. Yes, 46 is a lot of money in anyone's books, but for a council over 30, 50 years, it actually isn't a lot per year. What we've got to be, we shouldn't be afraid of spending money on capital, because capital lasts a long time, and over its life, you'll start working out it's cheap. What we've got to do is make sure we've got our OPEX in line, and the OPEX is the one we've got a real consideration to, and that means that the SLT is tasked with work to try and pull that deficit down and try and keep it down, and also at the same time trying to keep those rates at a reasonable level. We could probably do better than this, but we haven't got time to what we've got in front of us, but we've got to attempt to actually do better. So that's my little sermon as CEO. So I hope that clarifies some things.
Total aside, can we get our ECAN rates off the council's bill? Because they double their rates and it lands on us. And we can, because we're one of the only councils in New Zealand that allow them to piggyback on the district rates.
Yeah, Canterbury does.
So let's get them off. Let's cut the deal. They can be big boys and charge their own rates, because it just makes ours look even worse.
Yeah, look,
100 grand, yeah, picking them up.
yeah, to put the percentage up.
Yeah, but we've got to collect them. What's the net gain for the pain it causes?
Yeah, I think it is done across other councils across the country, but it's definitely Canterbury, and obviously we've talked about this. We did explore it some years ago. Yeah, I can't remember what the outcome was, but yeah, your point is correct. It throws X amount of dollars on, and look, I mean, their increases are going to be driven largely around public transport. You know, what people don't understand, it's like it's a great example, what pools are going to cost 327, theatres X, all those sort of things. Public transport is 50% of that rate. And, you know, does everyone use it? No. Is it good for our community? Does it mean people can gain the, accessibility into their older ages, later years? Anyway, we've got sidetracked, so we'll bring us back. We need to get a decision around the LTP moving forward as far as what should and shouldn't be in there. Mr. Traynor, our Chief Executive, was discussing around what is in the plan versus what is being discussed for whatever reason in the public realm at the moment. So there again, we go back to what we've consulted on, what's currently in the plan versus what isn't, and where do we want to land on this?
Can I please add a comment to, after the lovely sermon, thank you, sir, for helping to encapsulate and clarify some of the issues. You can drop your option 3, because then you're talking about the timing. Very little impact as far as your overall debt and what have you. It just spaces out when the interest actually happens, but it still brings you all the community benefits and honors all of the resolutions you've already made. If there's changes in the funding as far as the price of things or your proposed plan comes in, that actually helps to improve our bottom line. That's much a good news story. We have to actually clarify, if there's really not an issue, do or do not, if there's really not an issue, maybe we reposition our whole narrative for this consultation document about setting ourselves up for the next 3 years. Maybe this is about, come and talk to us about the direction we are heading. Are you happy that we're investing so much money in infrastructure to bring things up to pace? Not talking about the specific projects in infrastructure, but talking about the whole vision of the community. Maybe that's what your consultation document is about. Are they happy with the direction you are heading? Just a thought.
Look, my thinking just roughly is, and it goes back to the capital overall, the same picture that I've sort of been painting. If you take 3 out, but yet 2, sorry, I've lost my options again, we're right that way. And if you change 2, because ultimately if things are currently in the plan, it's going to be a decision around the council table. So it's something along peer back and look for capital savings or something like that. Because there again, not doing the community facilities is not going to get the savings that we need. And so we're going to have to look for significant capital savings. We're going to get the feedback, we know we will, through a long-term plan consultation. People will tell us everything. So I don't have any issue with that. We've got the decision on the 26th of March, which will be, we will know whether it's in budget or not. Everyone will get the opportunity to have a say on that one. And so we've just got to be careful that we're getting something audited that is not going to be correct for the future. So, look, as everyone, probably, I'm sure we're not going to get unanimous decision exactly on this doc, but is everyone comfortable along those lines, or are people comfortable, or would anyone like to make comment on that question? No, totally. We're going to. I'll move it in a minute, and then we'll debate it. Well, I'll move it now.
Are we supposed to be feeding back in some stuff now to Vincy? Because I have quite a few questions.
Yep.
Or just...
I think through, in response to Councillor Scott, I think we've got to feed back, but it's more about the consultation document is actually about this, whereas at the moment it's heading towards do the theatre or not. And I think it needs to be a lot broader than that. Or am I misreading it?
Well, I 100% agree, because that's actually not our problem. Our problem is 300 million. Yeah, it always has been, and that's why when we try and isolate it to an individual project, the savings don't deliver you anything. And that's an honest conversation with the community. Whether you've got and I'm sorry, I still don't understand the motivation, but some people have what my view is preconceived ideas and aren't coming up with any alternatives. So that's my view. We need to focus on what we are delivering, and it's a hell of a lot of capital.
I guess I've got my big thing is the debt that we're taking on, and where we've come from. If you want to see what's going to be going forward, you just look backwards and you see what the pattern is, and the pattern is the same. Keep increasing the debt ratio, keep increasing debt. OPEX has gone through the roof, and we're getting up near at the top of our space, which is a long way from where we were 6 years ago.
And through you, in response to you, Councillor Booth, how I look at it is, if you look at our own central government, they go through these phases. They'll crash into debt, and then they pull themselves back up again. And I think we're in that 10-year period where we are crashing into debt. The trick is to make sure we can get out the other side safely. And I think that that's what we're doing here, because all our assets are needing significant work. Water needs significant work. The roading is just our normal plan, but that's expensive every year. All of our community assets, no matter which one you look at, they all need work. And it just so happens that we've picked on the stadium because of earthquake prone, and we've picked on the theatre for the same reason, and I would suspect the museum will be in a similar boat. So we're in that period where we have to borrow to get our assets up to speed. Now, to be able to repay that debt, our OPEX has to be brought into line. And that is a review of all those fees, a review of our expenses to bring it into line so it breaks even, ideally makes a surplus to down pay to repay debt. That's what we've got to really concentrate on.
And how we deliver those
Yeah,
services.
and that's where council, you have to hold us as the senior managers to account on that. You know, we have to, you know, at a whim, we'll go and get a lawyer or consultant to do something. We have to stop that. You know, we do. We have to be very careful on what roles we're employing and what they do. We've got really talented people and we need to use them appropriately. So it's all of that, actually. Make sure we do the fees review. And actually, to be honest, in this consultation document, that should be a section. The fees are cheap and we need to lift them. What do you think of that?
I could do that. That's very doable.
Sounds good. Well, okay, we will go to feedback. Let's get some more feedback for the consultation document because we need to do that. So we'll go to Councillor Scott first, I think, and then back over to Councillor Pye, I think.
Feel a bit nervous to talk.
Don't be nervous.
I just got just a couple, sorry, not page turning again, but just some comments. Vinci, I just on, they don't have page numbers, sorry, but that definitional key phrases around depreciation, I reckon I can help you do that better. Because that is very confusing.
No, thank you.
So I write a few things out, so I'll
Yeah.
share that with you, and I'm sure Councillor Pye will have a look at that too.
Yeah,
Just around LTP community drop-in sessions, I appreciate that's just sort of a space, but at what point do we get does a communication plan go into this? So like, do we say, we will be here, we're having a public meeting, does that go in this document?
Yes, I specify that. That was more a placeholder about the where, but we do actually will have dates and times in that document, yes.
Oh, that's good, okay. I thought in the section, what's the issues? I do find it, if you're a layman and you paragraph through it says, so now we have to replace quite a few expensive items and we have no cash reserves to help fund it all. And then the next couple of paragraphs down, we talk about those facility upgrades seem like a lot of money, but because we borrow for those, we can afford to do them as they don't have as big an impact on rates in the short term. 1 minute you're telling me we've got no money, next minute, oh, but we can go to the bank and borrow heaps. So it's just that balance and wording. I feel like
I agree, Councillor Scott. We need to
one
word
minute
that properly.
we're broke, and next minute, hey, but don't worry. So
We're going to borrow.
Maybe just a bit of work there. Oh, God. You know what I mean? And then under what's the proposed plan? Oh no, I decided to leave that after the last conversation. Around option 1, so I don't know where we landed with that. I think we've decided to take out 3, but anyway, I'm sure we'll get sorted with that.
I don't know that we've actually agreed what the question's going to be, because what I'm actually hearing, it's really about the comfort levels of debt is where your conversation was heading towards. What's the comfort levels the community has around the debt?
I don't think that is what it's about, because as I said in a workshop, debt is a noose around your neck, but so is not doing anything. Because then the next generation just has to get themselves into debt to do stuff. So, yeah, I kind of feel like we thrashed this out the other week, and I'm comfortable with the 3 options, because there are only 3 options. There's always other options, and we will get that feedback from. Potentially, I'm happy to, call the last one, save 100 million in capex rather than take out the theatre and the stadium. I actually don't really care, because our community will tell us, I'm sure. And I think we need to encourage people who give us feedback to put in submissions, because I could get feedback from 1,000 people, but I'm only 1 vote. And if the other councillors don't see that feedback from those 1,000 people, I'm only 1 vote. And so we really need to encourage everyone to be part of this.
That's okay. Option 1, Vinci, that page there, just under risks. you've got LOS drop, but nowhere in the document have we actually said level of service, so normal people wouldn't know what that meant. So there must be somewhere in here it says is it on the front page?
It's in the definitions.
In the definitions, but we don't actually put LOS after.
Yeah, I know, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep.
So we might just need to sort that. Option 3, this page here, I do hate when we write statements like, can do work on other community facilities within LTP life potentially. And I think, like what? So my question is, we say it's a benefit if we don't do community facilities, but we can do other stuff. But geez, I'd like to know what you think we could do, because we can't work that out ourselves. But anyway, maybe that just needs a bit of redefined. And under risks, need to pay back MBIE money. Now, I'm pretty sure we've fleshed that one out too, and we've had that discussion, and Nicole has told us that we draw down the funds on milestones we achieve. So to me, we've been achieving our milestones, we've been drawing down the money. That's the end of that. It's just like any government funding. You can only draw down when you've completed a milestone. So it's not like we haven't achieved much. So I question whether that is a risk.
So we don't have to pay back the money if we don't deliver the Heritage Centre?
We've been drawing down on the milestones.
Well, look, on that, I had a conversation with, and it's still, unfortunately, I don't know, had a conversation with Robert Gilbertson? Yes, the other day, and he was interested just with the, conversation in the paper, that sort of thing. And, he said it is an unknown, you don't want to be first cab off the rank, but we don't know, and we won't know either way, because it's going to end up being a decision of a minister to say, hey, we want to get that money back. And so it's still a risk, but should it be in here? If we decide to reword this and go, capital instead of community facilities is the number 2, then, pare back capital program's decision for council, then the risk will be different. It won't be specific to that one project, I guess.
Around this page, it's about balance the next 10 years. Just need to update that graph, I think, after our conversations from the infrastructure strategy, Theatre Royal cost, but also the dog pound wasn't in here either. So just make sure that reflects this one. That's my picture.
I'm just a wee bit uncomfortable. Are rates good value for money when we tell people how much they spend on clothing, petrol? I don't know. I know what you're trying to do, but
Just a model that's been used in the last 2 consultation documents, and I just thought that was what Timaru likes to put out there. We don't have to put that out there by any stretch of the
look,
means.
others might have another view, but I just get a bit edgy.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, the comparison to food, clothing, phone? Yeah.
People coming up and saying, how do you, that's not me. Get bogged down in all those conversations, just leave it out and be done with it. I couldn't see what was in there either. But anyway, I know what you're saying, Vincy, it was in there before. So
And to be fair,
totally
probably when your rates were like $46, better story, if that makes sense.
Oh, I'm saying that, it's, if we're talking about being transparent to cost, so that, it is what it is. I wish I had that household energy bill, but I had daughters, so... Yeah.
I'd be really happy with a $92 petrol bill every week.
What the only benefit I think is around, because we all know that we're going to get a lot of feedback from fixed income, and it goes back to that rationale around understanding what a basket of goods is based on income, and it's that conversation around what is or isn't affordable, and that's in the eyes of the beholder, I guess. Yeah, but yeah, I'm neither here nor there on whether it's in or out.
So to summarise the feedback that I'm getting, we take away the term community facilities and we talk about capital projects. Just keep it at that very high level, which will take away some of the project-specific arguments. We're in agreement.
I did some percentage over 10 years, 73% on water and roading. You could
Yep.
split that, 8% on community, X% on A, B and C. And I'm just wondering whether that's the key to say, do you believe we've got the balance, because you're talking about balance, of our capital right in terms of 30% in water, 30 whatever percent, and I don't know, look, I haven't got them at the top of my head. I actually probably do.
Yep.
But is that the sort of conversation we want to have, to say, well, you're trying to balance this stuff. 271 million over 10 years on water, 226 on roading, 52 million on theatre museum, 24 on stadium. Have we got that balance right over 10 years? And if the view is, no, you haven't, you need to pull it back by 200 million, well, actually, all of them are affected, because you'd have to pull back water, you'd have to pull back all of them. Because that's the nub of it.
I tend to agree, and I do wonder if those graphs that we have in there that are bars, that just stack bars on top of bars, don't actually give a good graphic of that. I think we should just take this 10 years in a pie chart, of course. I think a pie chart would be far better, because then you can see exactly what the chief executive is referring to, and do we have that balance right?
And it should be set up, and here's the OPEX. Have we got the balance of this OPEX right in terms of rate increases, fees increases? What do you think about user charges? Should they pay more? Because that alleviates rates a bit. Have we got the right staffing mix and so forth? Which I'm not sure how we do that, but we need to think that through. And you could also do that by a few graphs that show where we've shifted things. So if you concentrate on those high levels, have we got this right? People then will give feedback. Of course, the stadiums and the theatres will come up in that feedback, and that's good.
Let's have one more question. With option 1, status quo, do everything we planned in the first 3 years. We've cut right back on the city hub, and we've taken the art gallery out, haven't we, and deferred the airport, so that's not actually the status quo. And I'm just wondering if we could have a rethink about how, because we haven't really addressed those things in this document. Like, are people okay that we've pulled those out? So I think we need to cover that somewhere.
How do we focus on that? And Councillor Pye, you don't have a bias towards pie graphs at all? In the absence of Councillor Bird, I'd throw a dad joke in there.
So that pie graph was the 10-year on OPEX, and you're suggesting the same thing on CapEx and...
Just on that graph, though.
Oh, yeah, we'll do different colours.
No, sorry. No, I'm talking about the cost to run council. Are all the wages or something in there? Because that just doesn't, the balance doesn't feel right to me. Like, corporate activities being...
The bulk of the money?
More than a quarter. Is that including the entire wage bill for the entire council? Well, we need to make that clear, because a lot of those people are spending their time on roading and footpath waste minimisation and things like that. So we need to make that very clear, because I'd look at that graph and go, well, you don't want to know what I'd say.
Yep. So what you could actually do there is actually have what corporate activities includes as a list underneath there.
No, I actually think different to that. I think you should be pushing, those people that work on roading go under roading, those people that work underwater go underwater. And you'll go underwater, which means your corporate function will shrink considerably.
Look, I agree totally. They should be allocated largely, can't be that hard, to where they work.
Is that the management?
Or just show them as a totally separate.
Because all your salary and wages would have to be pulled out.
No, but that doesn't serve a good purpose, because what you're doing, you feed a rhetoric that we're fat on corporate, and actually we're not.
You do run lean.
We run lean,
You run lean.
so therefore that needs to be demonstrated, and it can't be that hard to actually do that.
I think it's about pulling out some of those budget line items.
Or that might be a challenge for
Surely Hannah
after the
has
meeting.
percentages on 10% work in water, 8% work, you must have those stats. That was
But
easy.
if you do those percentages, you'll have it, so that we can do the pie chart.
You're just moving like your line item that talks about salary and wages and REM and pulling it out of that one activity and, or, yeah.
Councillor Scott, I don't know if we got to the end of your feedback. We did? Cool. Further feedback? Yeah.
I
Councillor
had
Pike.
some, but I'll just email it. It's just wordsmithing,
Just
and
wordsmithing?
stuff like that.
Yeah. Councillor Shannon, yeah. Councillor Whittington, anything further on feedback? Councillor Parker?
No, I agree with the conversation that's been going on. I'm not sure I overly fussed on the black and white layout. I know. But I just think sometimes we just chew the fat over and over again, you know, with the budgets that we've gone through workshops and we've kept under the debt cap as we requested, and we're still not happy. We still want to go back more, and it's like we can't keep going back over and over the same information. It is what it is. It's just time to make a decision. It's me.
Alrighty, okay, so anything further from officers? So the general feedback, let's just get a few nods, knowing that what we're adopting as far as draft. So there's one, do everything we planned in the first 3 years, and then 2 is going to be peer back and do a peer back capital program, something along those lines. I don't know what the words exactly are. Is everyone, you'll come up with it, yeah.
And I think, have we got the balance right, what the chief executive was saying around our priorities for the percentage of spending?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll jump back to the Councillor Booth. No, you're all good. Do you want to? Okay. Okay, so we'll go to the recommendation. And the recommendation will reflect the conversations we just had. So 1 is not correct. So it is, do we do 3? Should be 1, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So 3 is, do we do all within the next few years as modelled? 2 is peer back. Then the final one is that council provide any feedback on the LTP consultation which has been received. Any further questions, discussion? I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Pye. Any further discussion, any debate? Put the motion, all those in favour please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We are at the end. Wow. And before we do go, about to finish, but thank you to councillors, but thank you to the staff, because there has been a phenomenal work, and I know we're pulling up on what are some minor things, but there's been a lot of work and hours gone into getting some of this documentation in front of us. Understand, timeliness has not been perfect, but that is life, and we've got there. So thank you for all the work. We appreciate that, and it's going to be a good opportunity to have a good, open, honest what I love about our community is very open and honest. They will give us the feedback, whether we want to hear it or not. So I don't think we'll have any issues there. And the key thing is, you know, the conversations at the moment, whether it's paid adverts or front page, you know, stories, it will get people engaged. So, you know, they're going to be talking about the long-term plan, which is, you know, pretty exciting. As exciting as it can be, it might get more people interested in democracy. So that's a positive thing. So thank you all for your time, and meeting closed. Cheers.
Can I just say something?
sorry.
Can I thank the councillors for debate? It's really good, and I enjoyed that, and I think we got a lot out of it.